All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new here, thank you guys so much for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. And yeah, guys, make sure you do me a favor and hit that like button. All right, let's see if we can push for 50 likes. It helps the stream, helps push it out there in the YouTube algorithm. Schmidt, what's up, man? JMR, Cameron, Okami, Irfin, what's going on, man? Long time no see. Eddie XP, how's it going, man? Hope everybody is doing well today. Hanzo is asking, how can she slap like that, my guys? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, we have some PlayStation-related topics to go over and talk about today. We're talking about Death Stranding 2. It is officially June 1st. Maybe it's showcase month. I mean, we're getting Summer Game Fest, Xbox Showcase, maybe a PlayStation Showcase. Maybe. But we do know at the very least, we're getting a Death Stranding 2 Showcase on June 8th. And we're getting the release of Death Stranding 2 at the end of the month. So I want to have a conversation if we think Death Stranding 2 is going to win more people over. Oh, I got you, Hanzo. Yeah. You're telling people to slap the like button. Slap the like button, guys. Yeah, I don't know why. I always read what you're saying the wrong way. MBG, many people are worried that Nathan Drake will play golf, but it's actually baseball. Do not forget this comment. I think what William's trying to say here, guys, is that the next MLB The Show announcement, they're going to have Nathan Drake as a special guest character in that game, player. Pre-order bonus. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, I've been wondering why Sony hasn't been doing this already. No, William. So I think I understand what you're saying. He's playing baseball. Nathan Drake's going to die to a baseball bat. That's what he's saying. Yeah, I saw that, Tarnished. I saw that. What's up, Chris? Striker or home run? Well, one of the things that people are anticipating is going to get announced in the not too distant future is something regarding Uncharted. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be some kind of Uncharted announcement. If there is, I see William. He's being cryptic. William Insider Aguilar, maybe Insider. I don't know. He's teasing something Uncharted, something with Nathan Drake. Malaysia Studio. Is it safe to say Night Rain is greater than Helldivers 2? I don't know. I still haven't played it. I think I'm going to be passing on it, honestly. Yeah, the more footage I watch of it, the more I just feel like I don't know, man. I don't know that this game is for me. But yeah, it is doing well. What studio? Well, Naughty Dog has a second project in development. They just play it for members. What could Sony show at Summer Game Fest? I mean, there's quite a few different things they could show up with. We'll probably have a Summer Game Fest predictions will probably be a topic. Malaysia is a nice place, but it's not the place for baseball. How does the XP work? From my understanding, basically just engaging with the chat and doing super chats also increases XP. Was there a stream on Friday? There was a short one, but it was completely off the rails. We didn't even really talk about gaming topics, so I just decided to, get rid of it, which is my fault, but the XP hates you. That's okay. Well, we're going to be talking about Death Stranding today. We're going to be talking about a PlayStation 5 remake from Ubisoft that is being teased, and according to a reliable insider, actually looks genuinely impressive. So, I guess we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about how there is a new announcement that was made by People Can Fly, where they had to cancel 2 of their projects, but those 2 projects have to do with Square Enix, and the project that they're working on with Sony is actually not canceled. So they're doing just fine there. We'll talk more about that, and we'll probably have other things that we'll bring up throughout the course of the stream as well. But before we dive into any of these topics, guys, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the streams and showing support. If you want to support the channel directly, though, I am fully fan-funded. We keep the channel sponsorship free. And, you guys are technically the sponsors. Consider becoming a channel member. Consider dropping membership gifts, super chats, direct donations. Those are all ways in which you can support the channel, the community, and the content directly. So a big thank you to everybody who does that. That meme guy, you're saying it's been a while since you've been here? Praise the Sunday streams. Tarnished, you're saying, why do I have a feeling that Sony will just sit back and let Xbox's showcase do Sony's showcase for them by announcing so many Xbox games coming to PS5? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some notion to that, like they could do it. We know that, Phil Spencer did confirm that going forward, you're going to see PlayStation 5 logos at Xbox shows with their games. But I don't think Sony's just going to sit back and let that happen, truthfully. I feel like Sony, at the very least, like, they do have games they need to show off. They do have studios that want to show stuff off, and they have partners as well that want to show stuff off. So I think just based off of that alone, they're going to have to do something. But, will it be like a big showcase? I don't know. Nobody seems to know that right now. We know there's something coming, though, just so you know. Jeff Grubb did say that Sony has a June show they're putting on, but we don't know if it's state of play. We don't know if it's showcase. That is the part that we're going to have to wait and find out. Yeah. Yeah, that's what people are thinking. Resident Evil 9 showing up. Ice Queen Gaming, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your day gets better. I would hope not, JMR. That would be wild.
Another month, got you Mrs. MBG, both of you, I will not be donating members, need to pick one, sorry boss, sorry MBG fans, about to do a add-on to my house, wife need a large master.
Okay. Stephen Leon. Okay, so that wasn't supposed to happen. Stephen Leon. I was initially surprised by the $100 super chat. I was utterly shocked that I forgot to turn that off from the last stream. I think that super chat was so long it didn't even finish it. All right, so let me read this second time here. Stephen Leon dropping a $100 super chat saying, another month. Got you, Mrs. MBG, both of you. I will not be donating members. Need to pick one. Sorry, boss. Sorry, MBG fans. About to do an add-on to the house. Wife needs a large master bedroom. UMBG would do almost anything for the wifey. Well, thank you so much for that, Stephen. That's the first super chat of the month, $100 super chat. Very, very kind of you, bro. And I'm sorry that that had to be read in that way initially. And it was crazy too, because like I think $100 super chat is like the longest super chat you can get. It like broke the system and it wouldn't even read it fully. But you think I should keep that on for all the donations? Well, it's on right now. I'd have to go out of my way to I could have swore I disabled it before, but yeah, Steven, I really appreciate that, man. You've been showing continual support to the channel, and you know I appreciate that, bro. Whether it's super chats, memberships, anything else, it means a lot, and you've definitely been a big help. And I can only do this stuff, like I say, because of support like this, and those of you who are generous enough to keep the channel funded in that way. So, thank you so much, Steven, and yeah, I hope that master bedroom comes along well, dude. I'm still in like shock that it was reading it that way. That's crazy. Good stuff. So, $100 super chat to start off the stream, read by Japanese waifu. Yeah, it's always exciting to get a new addition to the home. Irate Volcano, meow meow meow. Still haven't made that a I'm not saying it the other way. Nope. I can't do it the other way. You need more cardboard. It's going to be 20 by 20 feet.
DS に Needs 2, B Hitting 5 mil Sales First Week 2B, A Success, Dooms, A Failure Barely Getting to 1 meter in, A Week, But DS に Budget is Huge, Big People Involved, Close to 80 mil PS5.
Okay, why is it not reading the end of the... Why is it not reading the end of each... What are these super chats too long? I'm not going to lie. It's kind of entertaining to hear what it's going to sound like. Lux says, Death Stranding 2 needs to be hitting 5 million sales first week to be a success. Doom's a failure, barely getting to 1 million in a week. But Death Stranding 2's budget is huge. Big people involved. Close to 80 million PS5s out there. No excuses for it. 5 million in 1 week. I do think there's a greater pressure on Death Stranding 2 to sell more than 1. And I think there's a couple reasons for it. It's an established IP. It had a longer development cycle. It is an expensive game. Apparently, you know, based off of mock reviews, it's reviewing much better. And that's based off of the feedback. So the sequel is taking into consideration the feedback and also the fact that Kojima Productions did establish that 20 million people apparently played Death Stranding 2. Not sold, but played. And so that's 20 million potential customers, maybe not necessarily on PlayStation alone. I will say, though, I highly doubt that that's their internal expectation, Lux. I don't know that 5 million is a realistic expectation for Sony. Like, and it's not about making excuses per se. It's just about being realistic in that if we're talking lifetime sales, like maybe the first 2 to 3 years, I would say 5 million is reasonable. If you're talking about first week sales, I think Sony would be extremely happy, excuse me, if they got like 3 million first week sales. Because one thing I'm noticing is that, you know, Kojima has made it clear that this game is not like shockingly different, right? He did make it clear that it's still the main premise of the game is deliver packages from point A to point B. There's just going to be a lot more you can do and a lot more going on in between and a lot more freedom in how you want to do that. And I think because of that, when we talk about the idea of Death Stranding 2 winning people over, I think it will, but I feel like this is one of those cases where Death Stranding 2 is going to likely be heavily impacted by review scores. Sales, I mean. right? If the game gets really high review scores, I think that's going to boost sales a lot. I think that's going to make a lot of people who are like, I don't know, be like, okay, I'm going for it. You think it sounds like excuses why make the so-called big games if they don't sell? Pointless. Well, I mean, I I think Sony wanted something different from Kojima when they first brought him on in 2016. My understanding is that Sony immediately signed Kojima, knowing that he was a free agent, and they told him whatever you want. Whatever you want. They just want to lock him in, right? He does Death Stranding, and they say, that's great. Death Stranding, I think, turns out to be very different. I remember there was a report a while ago that claimed it was supposed to be horror-based.
Finally playing Death Stranding. I am surprised by how much I am into all the things that seemed super weird before playing. Lore about the beach, BBS, etc. I like figuring out roots. It's surprising.
Easy Tone. William, bro. I know. I'm not gonna be able to keep this on because it's too distracting for me, dude. Easy Tone. I'm glad to hear you're finally playing Death Stranding, though. I am. You're saying you're surprised by how much you're into it. Seems super weird before playing. Yeah, that's the thing about Death Stranding is like when you just are on the outside looking in and you see these random things, you're like, what? What the hell is this? This is like some of the most bizarre stuff I've ever seen. But once you get into the game, once you get immersed into it and everything's explained and it all connects, and it starts to make sense. Although I'd say there's still stuff that maybe doesn't fully make sense. Once it starts firing all cylinders, Death Stranding, that is, it really, I think, comes together well. You like figuring out the routes too. Yeah, man. Like I've always said about Death Stranding 1, I think it starts off pretty slow. It can be strange at first. The gameplay is a little bit off-putting because it's so different. But I've always maintained that if you stick with it, it starts to kind of get its hooks in you and you start to find new levels of satisfaction, even though it is mostly a delivery game, but So I'm glad to hear that, Easy Tone. You can't really understand that voice. If purple is your favorite color, then come on a journey to the scary Middle Ages and fall upside down to other places under dark moon, lit pillars with odd faces, and swing into dawn to save your daughter. William, what in God's name are you talking about, bro? You straight up speaking in like riddles. What? Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna try. Hold on one sec, guys. Messing with this thing. All right, let me. They have other. Okay. Try a different Japanese voice, see how it sounds. What I was trying to say though, is that my understanding is that Sony thought Death Stranding originally was like more of a horror game. That's kind of how Kojima pitched it. It seems like Kojima didn't really tell them that the main game is a package delivery simulator. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're going to be doing most of the time. And so from what I understand, Sony was a little bit surprised by the end result. And, the game did prove to be a bit more controversial than I think people expected out of Kojima, considering it was his first major game outside of Konami. And so you're probably asking, well, like, why would they do a sequel if they were surprised by it and it wasn't exactly what they thought? And I think the main reason for that is because they signed a 2-game agreement. That's how Sony does these deals. Sony rarely signs a 1-game agreement with a more well-known or established studio. So yeah, I feel like in the case of Kojima, they probably signed a 2-game deal. You know, if the first game did well enough, met certain thresholds over a certain period of time, you know, they do a sequel. And I would imagine that the sequel is, again, trying to speak to a broader audience while still maintaining what the core identity of a Death Stranding game is. But I really do think that the reviews of Death Stranding are going to be the difference maker, truly. And I know that sounds crappy to say, but I think in the case of this game in particular, it is a sequel to a controversial game that people were either fully on board with or they were just not on board with. And I think a lot of people tried it but fell off of it. I think that if this game comes out and it reviews in like the low 90s or something, like if it gets like a 92 on Metacritic and, you know, multiple 10 out of 10s, I think a lot of people are going to play it just because of that alone. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really, really interesting to see whether or not Death Stranding 2 is actually going to win people over in the way that I feel like the first game was supposed to. But the first game, it felt like people had extremely high expectations because every Metal Gear Solid game that Kojima worked on, like, was basically a masterpiece, or that's how it was kind of treated. And so it was just assumed that, well, his next game, even though it's not Metal Gear Solid, is obviously going to be a masterpiece as well. And even all the marketing leading up to the gameplay reveal did make it seem that way. And then once he showed the gameplay, people were like, wait, is this a troll? Like, what is this? What would I personally score Death Stranding 1? I'd give it like a solid 8.5, I think. Maybe a 9. Like, just when I think about how things start to conclude and wrap up, things really started to, I think, come together well towards the end of that game. It's one of PlayStation's only AAA single-player games releasing this year. It can't falter. We'll see, man. I mean, it's like I'm saying, I don't know what Sony's internal expectations are. I mean, people, like, I'm going to be honest right now. People who think that Death Stranding 2 is going to outsell, like, God of War and The Last of Us Part 2 in, like, the same time frame, like, within a week, like, it's going to eclipse those sales. Like, that's not happening, no matter how well this game reviews. And, you know, that's on Sony, right? Like, I don't know what they want from this game. I don't know if they're like, it's got to hit 3 million in the first week. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's, you know, if it could just hit 1.5 within the first week, they're happy. Maybe they're expecting it to have a long tail. I will agree, though, that it is one of Sony's biggest single-player games coming that they published this year and that they funded. So there's got to be a certain level of expectation of, like, this game was very clearly highly expensive and highly produced. So it can't, the one thing it can't do is flop. And I think Kojima kind of hinted at that, where Kojima said in a recent interview, like, he wished that Death Stranding 2 was more controversial. He straight up wishes it was more controversial, but he said that Sony's very pleased. So that to me was kind of like an indicator that Sony was hopeful that he would take in some of the feedback that he got from the first game. And he also said that, you know, he understands that a game like Death Stranding 2 has to do well to keep his studio running. You know, he has a responsibility to his studio and the people that work at Kojima Productions. So all in all, I'm expecting Death Stranding 2 to be a success. I don't know that I'm expecting it to be a mega huge success like like on the level of like Horizon or God of War or even The Last of Us or something like that. But my expectation is it should do better than the first game, and it should win more people over than the first game did. And I think a lot of that's going to be word of mouth. I think it's going to be less about Sony and Kojima themselves trying to sell you on the game. I think it's going to be more about people who are already going to play it day one, basically communicating that some big changes were made. And it is very different in some ways that should be appealing to people who maybe were not on board with the first game. And you won't sell more than 4 million. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think the first game sold a little over 5 million over a course of, actually, I don't know. I'm confused because they announced like 20 million players. Let's see. How many copies did Death Stranding sell? As of July 2021, the game had sold 5 million copies worldwide for PS4 and PC platforms. So the only number we have sales is 5 million, and that's a year and a half, right? Came out November 2019, so November 2020. So about a year and a half. So in about 1.5 years, it sold 5 million. See, that's why I'm saying, like, there's no chance, zero chance this game hits 5 million in a week. That's not going to happen. I will say, though, yeah, it does say that by April 2025, Death Stranding had reached over 20 million players worldwide. So from Sony's perspective, and probably from Kojima's perspective, it's like that's 20 million potential customers who are going to buy the sequel. We'll see. We will see, man. Grok said it sold 10 million as of November 2022. I don't think that's correct. I mean, the sales are definitely higher than 5 million now. We can say that. Yeah, it was on Gamepass for a little while. I don't think it's a 10 million seller. My guess is that if it was at 5 million sold by July 2021, by now it might be at like 6, maybe 6.5 if we're pushing it. Because the game was not given away for free per se, but made available to access through many different means, which inflated the players, to 20 million. Imagine if it does 10 million in the first month. I mean, I'm sure Sony and Kojima would be elated, but everything I've heard about Death Stranding 2 and from people who played it, like the people who previewed Death Stranding 2 and played it for like 30 hours, everything I've heard is that it is better than the first one. It picks up quicker than the first game. There is more combat and more action, but the combat and the action are relatively simple. Nothing too complex. Now, what this is going to translate to, sales-wise, it's hard to say, man. The one big benefit that Death Stranding 2 does have is it is a PS5 only title, but it does have close to 80 million players to appeal to. So, that would be better than it launching like earlier in the generation as a PS5 exclusive. You think Sony would want to sell it for 80? That's true. The PS4 had more users in 2019 than the PS5 does now. That's true as well.
About winning people over an example. I owned it but never played. Wasn't sure about DS2, but my friend who skipped DS1 was weirdly hyped by DS2 previews. HE asked to My son just came in and said to just give the rest for the dishwasher, so here you go. BTW did not update the dishwasher goal.
Okay, I'm going to have to change that voice because I can't understand anything. I'm going to have to read these because I don't know what was just said between both of those super chats. So give me just a moment to fix that. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. We could do. Hold on. All right, I just picked a voice called Arthur. You know what? Maybe we could do yeah. I don't know what that's going to sound like, so we'll find out. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. Cuz that was rough. So Stephen Leon says with a $20 super chat, my son just came in and said to give the rest for the dishwasher. So here you go. By the way, you did not update the dishwasher goal. Hold on, let me check. Oh, yeah, you're right. I think we would have achieved it at this point. Hold on. Well, yeah, because you dropped 100. Yep, there we go. We did it. Hold on. We did it, Steven. You weren't the only one who donated towards it, obviously. A lot of other people did, but
Holy shit.
you dropped the $100 super chat, so we'll definitely count it towards it. I put 4,000. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. $4,009. Thank you so much, Steven. You know I appreciate that, bro. You got our back. I'm sorry. I'm just still like so put off by the. All right. Easy Tone with another super chat says about winning people over. I'm an example. I owned it but never played. Wasn't sure about DS2, but my friend who skipped DS1 was weirdly hyped by Death Stranding 2 previews. He asked to share play it so he could see it / try and got hooked too. Interesting. Yeah, it's anecdotal, but it's real. You know, I am leaning more towards I think Death Stranding 2 is going to do better than Death Stranding 1 at launch. Or not at launch, but overall. And I'm telling you, I have a strong feeling it's going to be based off of review scores. I think that there are examples like what you're saying here, Easy Tone, people giving it a try. And I've encountered many people over the years, many people who were like, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try it. And not everybody was won over. You know, I can say that confidently. Not everybody was won over. There were absolutely people who tried it and were like, this ain't it for me. You know, like I try to stick with it. But I've also had just as many people who seemingly they play it and they're like, wow, like this game is really unique, really interesting, not what I expected. And they ended up loving it. So it's still, no matter what, I think, even though it reached more people over time, Death Stranding, I think, will always be a kind of controversial game because it's an unconventional game. It's just not what you expect. I'm just so curious to see, like, here's my guess about Death Stranding 2. I think Death Stranding 2 is going to have some surprises up its sleeve. Where, yes, the main core of the game is you're still going to be delivering stuff. But I think that there's going to be some crazy, wild things that occur throughout the course of the game that are going to add some kind of wow factor to it that it's going to, like, alter people's perception of the core gameplay loop in a way, or just the game as a whole. Many Tom, you're wearing a Metallica t-shirt as well. You could be wrong, but you think it's translating the super chat or donation. It's supposed to be speaking. It's supposed to be like a Japanese woman speaking English, reading the super chat, but it starts to just sound like they're practically speaking Japanese at that point, you know? Wait, Steven, why are you saying you'll be kicked out of the house? My chat's crapping out on me. Hold on. And I heard the direct donation notification go off. I'll read that in just a moment. Actually, it's like that Death Stranding game, not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea, bro. That Blaze of Fire, on the other hand, 9.5 out of 10, masterpiece. If you donated 4,000, well, you know, I don't want to see you go broke, Steven. You know, I won't say no. You know, I'm not going to turn that down. But don't go broke. You know, got to watch out for yourself too. Got to watch out for your family. Absolutely. Yeah, dude, when it comes to Death Stranding, I'm really, really curious about the reviews, man. We don't know when the review embargo is lifting. We don't know if it's going to be like a week in advance, a couple days in advance. I'm going to say the review embargo is probably going to be, I think maybe like 4 or 5 days. Because it did review internally apparently much better. All right, guys, we got a new, we'll create a new goal in a moment.
If purple is a favorite color, then come on a journey to the scary Middle Ages and fall upside down to other places under dark moonlit pillars with odd faces and swing into dawn to save a daughter. Baseball emoji, cricket emoji.
Okay, why did it sound like bro said it in a single breath? In a single breath. If purple is your favorite color, then come on a journey to the scary Middle Ages and fall upside down to the other places under dark moonlit pillars with odd faces and swing into dawn to see. I can't even do it right. Into dawn to save your daughter. William, will you just say what you mean? Bro is efficient, and he had to be, because what is bro even saying? British Eminem. What is bro even saying? William, this by bro I mean you. Spill the beans, man. No full stops. There has to be a voice that reads it slower. Because I can't control the cadence, apparently, which is really annoying. We could try Gregory. See how that sounds. Next super chat. William, I know you're saying something. Whatever you're saying here is in regards to Uncharted. I do know that. Are you trying to say that a new Uncharted is going to be announced and it is going to star Nathan Drake? Or Nathan Drake's going to be in it? I mean, I will tell you. There was an advertisement that Sony put out last year, at the end of last year, and it was for the PlayStation Portal. It was the one featuring all the Astrobots, and they were showing the Ellie and Joel Astrobot, they were showing the Kratos Astrobot, Aloy, but then at the very end, it was almost like a little teaser, like you thought the advertisement was over, but then it started to play the Uncharted theme, and it showed Nathan Drake bot swinging on a ceiling fan. And it felt kind of like, huh. Like, I didn't want to read too much into it, but I'm like, the way they presented it, where it's almost like a little bonus thing at the end there. I'm like, you guys teasing something? What's going on here? Venino, I'm going to read your direct donation. We have a here's what we'll do. Because the direct donation goal has been working pretty well. We'll do new mic. We'll start with $3. All right. Out of what is it? I think it's like $5.50. There we go. No pressure. This isn't a dishwasher. You know, this isn't an essential. This will be a goal to literally try to get to a new mic. I don't feel like I even need it, but I don't have a Shure. You know, everybody has a Shure microphone. I forget. I don't even remember the proper name of it. The SMB 7 something. Yeah, it's the Shure SM7 dB dynamic vocal microphone with built-in preamp. That's the one that everybody uses. That's like the standard apparently, and I still don't have one. So I'll just put it up there. If we ever get to it, we'll get to it. It is more expensive than a freaking dishwasher. That's right. What kind do I have now? I have the I think this is a Yeti X, I think is what it's called. It's a pretty good microphone. I have to use software with it though to get the best sound I can out of it. Schmidt, you're saying please get it. It's so good. Well, we'll have a direct donation line over the, you know, going forward. We'll see if we can get to it eventually. Your poem isn't just for one game. Bro's pulling a Blue Point Games on us. He's pulling a Blue Point Games on us. I see what you're doing, William. Okay, if purple is your favorite color, come on a journey to the scary Middle Ages. Actually, bro. You got me nervous for a second that I typed the wrong thing in. No, I don't think that's what the purple stands for. I don't know what the purple would be for. What would the purple be for? A journey to the scary Middle Ages? Well, what's interesting is that Middle Ages, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there was like in that 4chan leak regarding Santa Monica's next game, they claim it's like based in the Middle Ages, but like also like basically you're in the future, but humanity's like kind of back in the Middle Ages. Almost like a Horizon type thing going on. Where it's the future, but we've regressed somehow. Agent of Chaos. Steven's like, my son has that one. Damn, here we go again. Damn, he's got one of those. I'm lacking, bro. I was thinking about buying one a long time ago. I could have, but I was like, The mic I have now is working well enough. It didn't break or anything. But now I've been using this thing for like 5 or 6 years. It's like, okay, maybe it's time to upgrade. I hope if it does happen, if I do get that mic eventually, I hope it does make a difference. Fall upside down to other places under dark moonlit pillars with odd faces and swing into dawn to save your daughter. Gaming Survivor. Leave me alone, bro. State of Play next week. Now, I don't think it's next week. Sony has a show coming, but I don't think it's going to be next week. You know what's interesting is the Death Stranding 2 event that's happening on June 8th. What's interesting to me is it's basically a State of Play, but it doesn't have the State of Play branding. And I wonder why. Maybe Kojima just wanted to do it on his own. But if you think about it, like what they're doing with Death Stranding is essentially what they would do for a dedicated state of play, where there's going to be a presentation, they're going to show a bunch of gameplay and talk about the game. And it sounds like there's going to be like a Q&A session or something like that. Since Sony is giving Bluepoint a second chance, only 2 routes going forward. 1, go back to remaking games. 2, brand new single-player game. Don't think they will attempt multiplayer games ever again. I'm in agreement with that. Yeah. Bluepoint, I mean, I will maintain this until you know, until it's proven otherwise. I think that they need to remake Bloodborne. Like, I don't see why that's not the next natural step. Dude, that would be really disappointing. Okay. Oh, okay. You don't have to spam. You don't have to spam. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay, I hope that's not what Jeff Grubb was hinting at when he said Sony's doing a June event and it's like it's the Death Stranding one. I mean, it's fine. I'm viewing it as a state of play, like a dedicated state of play for Death Stranding, but that's not what I would have expected. A leaker in Reset Error, Ashong, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, said about the Bluepoint games as a service cancellation that wasn't the only thing Bluepoint was making at the same time. That's surprising to me. That's great news if true. That's very good news if true. I hope that's true. I don't know what that person's track record is. Their name rings a bell, but I don't remember what they're known for or how accurate they are. Yeah, I would be surprised if that's true, only because Bluepoint's a smaller team. You know? I think they're less than 100 devs. Doesn't mean they couldn't work on 2 projects at once. I mean, maybe they are still doing a remake or remaster project, and maybe they didn't need the full 100 people working on it. I'm not sure. That would be such a relief, though. I hope that's true. It would be so surprising if Bluepoint Games does show up before the end of this generation. I'd be very surprised, because that would confirm that they actually had something else as like a backup they were working on. They still haven't officially announced when their business segment meeting is. Yeah, they just said sometime in June, right? Yeah, I saw that video actually. I actually disagreed with it. Like, I understood where he was coming from, and I get why some people, no matter how good a remake is, if they change certain things from an artistic standpoint that just seem to lose the essence of what the original was going for. I get that. It reminds me of like how some people feel not too great about Metal Gear for how like it's almost like trying to be too realistic or whatever artistically or graphically. But I don't know, I've always just kind of maintained like if a remake is done and anything is like negatively altered, there's always the original you can fall back on. You know, you can always fall back on the original. It's not ideal, you know, especially if it's a game that's like locked on a older console or whatever, but I don't know. Maybe some of these companies just need to take it easy and just do.
Is a god. Keep it up. MBG, rock on gesture emoji, pinched fingers emoji, pouting cat face emoji.
Okay, Ray, that was the most cursed one yet. That was creepy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you have a PS3, that is true, man. Why did it repeat keep? Did it? Did it say it twice? Well, thank you, Ray. Thank you, bro. Irate Volcano's like, that was weird. I mean, I just hope Blue Point's doing something, you know? Because the way I see it right now is, Blue Point is just out for the gen. But if that rumor's true, what that person said, that'd be some very welcome news. I wonder why it wasn't reported on, though. I didn't see that in the Gaming Leaks and Rumor subreddit. MBG's a Terminator be like, you got a plasma rifle with WD 40 watt range. I see what you did there. Wolverine update confirmed too? Wait, where'd you hear that? Actually, I think you're gonna be wrong. You better be wrong. I don't know when we're gonna see Wolverine, man, but it feels like it's past time. Something went wrong with that game. It experienced a major change. And I wonder what it was. According to the ESRB description for Death Stranding 2, we can use the guitar as a weapon. I'm not surprised. He commented on the Blue Point game as a service cancellation thread a while ago. Casually. He doesn't like to create fanfare about his leaks. Probably because he doesn't want to get caught by the Sony ninjas. Okay. Well, like I said, man, I really, really hope he's correct. Because that would be kind of a relief. Like, okay, all right, it's not over. It's not over yet. They banned Sweet Baby Inc., you think? Not if Brian Intihar has anything to say about it. Actually, the way you word that, it sounds vicious. He's malicious about it, bro. I'm gonna put an even uglier, manlier, more overpowered MJ. I mean, I hope to God that's not the mentality of anybody in charge of anything at these companies, bro. Intergalactic early 2027. We're going to be talking about that, Benino. And I'm sorry, I did forget to read your donation. I'm very sorry. Let me read that now. You're saying Death Stranding has been on EGS for free, PC Game Pass, and PlayStation Plus Extra. I think it's been... You think it being exclusive will kill the FOMO and hurts the... You're saying you think it being exclusive will kill the FOMO and hurt the sales badly. Maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, I put out a post today on Twitter where I was saying, I was asking, like, if you're going to be buying it day one, if you're still on the fence. It's all good, Benino. I appreciate the chat. Or, like, are you passing on it? And the top comment, the top reply, the most upvoted reply is somebody saying, I'll wait for it on Xbox. So I don't know. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd say just release it on Xbox now. I don't think that's going to change anything. But, you know, we do know by this point that Sony does not own the Death Stranding IP. We don't know what the exclusivity agreement is for Death Stranding 2, but we do know that Kojima owns the Death Stranding IP. So it would not be surprising if it does launch on Xbox like this time next year. It's very plausible. It's not going to save the game, in terms of like if the game needs to hit, if Death Stranding needed to hit 5 million sales in a week, it releasing on Xbox is not going to change anything. Releasing on PC day one might change it a little bit. It's possible. But as of right now, Sony still has Death Stranding 2 primed as a PS5 only game, which tells me that they believe they're going to sell some units with it. But I don't know. I don't know if Death Stranding 2... Death Stranding 1, I think, was a system seller because it was like Kojima's next game. Death Stranding 2, I think, could still be a bit of a system seller, but not as strong because people now know what to expect. But again, I think it's going to come down to how well it reviews. Dan, you're saying people on Xbox just need to give up. The console is dead. Sales are poor. Just get a PC or PS5. Well, see, that's what's interesting, man, is I will tell you, the people who still play on Xbox are getting more vocal than ever, And it makes sense why they are, because the threat of them losing their place to play where they prefer to play has never been greater. So it's understandable why they're going to become more vocal, because it's the equivalent of like, imagine if Sony was doing everything that Microsoft is doing with their games and Sony failed to hit like 35 million units sold 5 years into a gen. PlayStation console players are going to be losing it. They're going to be vocal. They're going to rally around it. And yeah, I think it is too late. At this point, it's just going to be, whatever Microsoft chooses to do, they're just going to have to be okay with. But I think that's fine, because right now Microsoft is putting the Xbox handheld on hold, but the premium console they're still going with. So, if you're somebody who prefers to play on Xbox, you should still have a means to do that next generation. That's interesting. You're saying you think the writing's on the wall. They canceled their handheld. Day one multiplat is almost guaranteed. Yeah. Unico, bro. That's so. That sounds like a Rich Rod statement, man.
It's like the final boss of a Souls game. It's going to throw everything it is at you.
I read it, everything it is at you. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Michael, it kind of is like that. And that's why it's just like SteamOS gave Microsoft a reality check. I mean, look, man. One of the things that I thought was so telling, and this happened last year when Helldivers 2 came out, but I thought it was so telling, and you really haven't heard that much from Phil Spencer since. You've heard from him a couple times, but like, Phil Spencer was basically complaining, that Sony should put Helldivers 2 on Xbox. He was like really pushing that. And it was just kind of surprising to hear from him, where he got more candid and just like, yeah, I mean, basically port begging. But I remember, like, dude, I remember at the time, if I recall correctly, maybe I'm misremembering, maybe I changed my tune somewhere along the way, but looking back on it, it's like, when he said that, we didn't know exactly what Microsoft's plans were. You know what I mean? Like, back in February of 2024, I think that's when they were like, it's just 4 games or whatever. So we really weren't entirely sure. It seemed obvious where they were headed, but we still didn't see it in full effect. I'm at a point where it's like, yeah, dude, just put Helldivers 2 on Xbox. But what people don't understand, and this is the reality check that Xbox players are going to wake up to with the next generation Xbox when it comes out. The reality check that they're going to have is that developers don't want to make Xbox versions, really. They're not going to want to, is what I mean to say. Let me clarify what I'm trying to say. They're not going to really want to make Xbox versions of games because there's going to be like nobody there to really sell to. And this is that's the main reason why the next Xbox is going to be PC based or Windows based or whatever, where it's like Microsoft is anticipating that people are going to want to buy their games through Steam because a developer's never going to pass on Steam. The Xbox store that exists on the console right now is dying. And that's what people need to kind of realize, that why is Sony not putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox? Probably because they see that. It's like, why would we do that? Why would we reciprocate when we'll get probably barely anything in return? This is why I think people, they lose the forest for the trees when they're like, well, Xbox is breaking down the barriers and putting their games on PlayStation. Why can't Sony do the same? Why can't Sony see exclusivity is bad? And it's like, well, you're kind of missing the fact that Microsoft is putting time, effort, and resources into porting these games to PlayStation 5. And there's a much greater prospect of sales and success. Sony putting time and resources into porting Helldivers 2 to Xbox to get minimal sales on a platform that's dying. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So I feel like Sony's best play, like, depending on how they want to handle it, but their best play is like what they're doing right now, and then maybe putting a game, like, I think if Death Stranding 2 was going to be a day one title on PC, I don't think that would be a bad thing. I actually kind of wish they would do it. I do. I wish Sony would just put Death Stranding 2 day one on PC, because let them find out, like, is this going to hurt your console sales? Is this going to negatively impact the PlayStation side of things in a way that you thought it would? And maybe it will, maybe it won't. And if they find that it won't, if they find that it won't, then it's like, okay, you're just giving Death Stranding the opportunity to sell more on a platform where you're going to make 70% rips. In that, like, what I'm trying to say is, if Microsoft wanted to treat Steam, if Sony wanted to treat Steam the way Microsoft treats the PlayStation Store, that would make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. That would make sense. Sony trying to treat the Xbox Store the way that Microsoft's treating the PlayStation Store makes zero sense. And the reason for that is what I just said. Like, the Xbox Store is dying. That ecosystem is dying. And Microsoft is, telling the people who are still there, we're going to continue to support it. But, we're hearing reports that if you buy the next Xbox, all of your stuff that moves forward, it's going to have to be emulated, which isn't necessarily a problem, but it just goes to show that, like, Microsoft they're going in a completely different direction than they ever have with console before. So, yeah, I mean, the conversation on exclusivity will continue. My bet, if I had to make a bet, is that Sony is going to continue to be aggressive with Steam and PC. They're going to continue to view PC as a potential growth vector. I don't think Sony's going to go back and do what some fans want them to, which is go pure exclusive.
If a couple of Sony games do get ported to Xbox, it ultimately doesn't matter. That's like Apollo Creed landing a couple of punches on Drago at the end.
Love the reference. I love the reference, Michael. Damn. Savage, but kind of true. It is true. It is true. Like, Sony could port God of War to Xbox next week, and it's not going to change anything. The wheels are in motion. The train has left the station, and we know where it ends. Everybody knows where it ends. It doesn't end with the death of Xbox. It ends with a complete transformation of the Xbox platform and ecosystem to where when that transformation is complete, it will be unrecognizable. What's up with my mic? Is there something wrong with it? Michael, or is there an issue? Oh, because you're asking about the direct donation goal. So the mic is okay. The mic I'm using right now is fine. It's not broken. I'm just putting this up there. This is not an urgent goal. This is just something that we're going to strive for over time, because I would like to upgrade my mic to a, more professional grade. I feel like it's kind of wild I haven't yet. Everybody uses the Shure, like I said. I'm like one of the only people I've ever seen in like the last 3 or 4 years that doesn't use that microphone. And I stream like almost every day. It's wild. I'm not begging. No, I'll take the goal down. It's not that serious. I'll get one eventually. I ain't begging. It's just, it's something that's up there that, I try to always tell you guys, when I'm able to, I want to put more money back into the, into the channel. If I beatbox, you'll consider it. No. I don't need it that bad. If I beatbox. I almost tried, but I don't know how to. Like, I don't know how to. It's like, there you go. That's my beatbox. That's the best I can do. My stream just crashed. Thanks, Michael. You just crashed the stream because you made me try to beatbox. Now it's awkwardly quiet. You think a mic for $500 is a waste of money? I mean, dude, tell that to everybody else. All right? Yo, that was dope. I got you, actually. As a musician, you needn't a mic that price. Well, why does everybody else buy it?
Been a minute MBG. Don't know if you spoke about this, but I told you, man. That photo of Kojima and Pattinson. Something is up. I can see him being a ninja or taken like character for Fazint.
I love how it says minute. Instead of minute, minute. Sean, yeah, I'm getting heavy protagonist, Fazint protagonist vibes with that picture. Apparently, Kojima hung out with Robert Pattinson a little bit, and he was asked, like, what did you guys, like, did you discuss anything, any plans? And he was like, I can't really talk about that right now. And I'm telling you, he's going to be announced. He's going to be announced as, what did I call it? Steel Serpent. Main protagonist for Kojima's new tactical espionage action title, starring Robert Pattinson as Steel Serpent. And he'll have a bandana, and he'll smoke a cigarette. And all will be well. All will be right in the world. Saying people who say it's a waste of money or gasoline in your current mic sounds like it's stuck in 2007. 2007, bro. Now I'm offended. Okay, now you got it. Now you drop that 500, bro. I mean, it's tantalizing. I'm not gonna lie, it is to hear how it's gonna sound. Like I'm imagining, in my mind, I'm imagining like a massive increase in quality, but maybe it's like there's like a 10% difference. It could just be that this is the only way you guys are used to hearing me. You know, this is the only way you guys are used to hearing me. So like, if I do get a new mic, you're gonna hear me in a whole new way. My voice is gonna sound completely different. Hold on one sec. Okay. Like Barry White, you think so? Yeah, actually, maybe if I was streaming from the astral realm. Sean, you got your PS5 Pro yesterday? Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, you'll have to let me know once you get some time with it how you like it. He's saying that I sound like I'm talking through a McDonald's drive-through menu. Damn. You'd rather pay MBG to go hatless than a new mic? Wow, Garrett, that's some commitment, bro. That's what I'm playing, Sean. Yeah, I'm still making my way through Days Gone Remastered.
Sparkling Snake is Robert's name. Kojima is Team Ed.
Ray, why do you sound like that, bro? Why do you sound like that? What happened? What the hell happened? Sparkling Snake? No, Steven. No, that was somebody's son. I don't know whose. It's AI son. Who put that there? With that new mic, you won't be able to sound like Charlie Brown's teacher anymore. I know, Ray. I got the Twilight reference. I didn't want to acknowledge it. Will voice donations be on during live reaction shows? No, that's they'll be turned off for that for sure. I don't even know if I'm going to keep this. I don't know. I was automatically on today, so I'm like, whatever. It doesn't seem to be hurting anything, though. I mean, it's fine. I think people are okay with it. Just keep messing around with different voices. Ray, we're not talking about that right now. Stop trying to derail. What if Kojima and Hassan come out together at Summer Game Fest and say how they abandoned us? This is going to be a forever thing. That's what I'm going to sound like with the new mic. Yeah, you guys don't realize how high pitch. I have to put so many I have to use so much different software in the background, so many different programs to make my voice sound like this. If you ever found out what I really sound like. Is your wife Team Edward or Team Jacob? I'll let her answer that one eventually. You're transferring Abandon to the PS5 Pro just in case? Better safe than sorry. Hold on, she just yelled something. I think she said Jacob. Jacob. Team Jacob. Yeah. She said Team Jacob. So, there you go, William. Does the abandoned app still exist? I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah. Pretty sure you can still download that thing on your PlayStation. I'm pretty sure the blog post for that game is still up on the official PlayStation blog. Sony just doesn't care, man. You really wish you could find out what it was. You know it was going to be some crazy marketing for something. I mean, the idea that it was supposed to be crazy marketing for something.
I think she said she's Team Brad Pitt from Interview with a Vampire.
I'm sorry, my mic was muted. Yeah. My bad. Team Brad Pitt. Probably not. No. You still have it, but you're deleting it in case it ends up being something one day. It's funny. I mean, I understand, I guess, to a degree, you know? Clinging on to some kind of hope.
MBG money, to piggyback off of Michael's post. Xbox isn't Apollo. Disrespectful to Apollo. Xbox is Drago's sparring partner in the training montages. Why would Sony follow someone that has never won a general always third?
Wow. Leo Jimmy. That one really... Leo Jimmy really... He was really thinking about that, man. It resonated with him. He's like, you know what? You know what, though? That's wild, Leo. Xbox isn't even Apollo. That's straight up disrespectful. He's the training partner. He's the sparring partner in the montages. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's rough, dude. Is he wrong? I don't know. I don't know, man. How do you guys like that voice, by the way? Is that better? Is that the best? Should I stick with this one? Should I experiment with another one? Should I just keep changing it every time? Leo, thank you so much for the super chat, though, man. Yeah, that's... Xbox is the punching machine that Drago punches. I remember the... Yeah, I think I remember the montage pretty well. It was like such a famous montage. William, you want it turned off? All right, William, drop 50 memberships, and I'll turn it off. William's like, ain't no way, bro. You think it sounds like Arnold? There was one that I used a while ago. I don't remember which one it was. It kind of did sound like Arnold. I got another one here. I'll just put it up, see what it sounds like. There's so many to choose from. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Legend of Dragoon. Oof. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm starting to get nervous that I'm not going to finish Days Gone in time for Death Stranding. So I've been trying to put most of my time into that. I'll continue to keep this in mind, William. I'll continue to keep it in mind. I mean, yeah, dude, when it comes to the whole PlayStation Xbox thing, it's just it's a weird conversation anymore. It is, because it's like anybody who's left supporting Xbox thinks that they've won. And they think that they've won because it's like, well, you know, we're free of the console shackles or whatever. Like, they're I don't even know how to word it properly, because it's like, it would be like if Sony just said, "Yeah, we're kind of done." There's nothing really left for people who have supported the Xbox brand or the PlayStation brand and the PlayStation console up to this point. There's really nothing left for them to really hang on to. And that's fine. It's fine, but it's just like, I think the weirdest thing that I've witnessed in the past like 2 years with all this stuff happening are groups of people who were once fully engaged with it. Like they were all about the console model. They were all about the traditional console model and all about exclusivity and all about, supporting their ecosystem and their storefronts and blah 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 and all that stuff. And then, like, when they found out that, yeah, that's not what Microsoft is doing, they were like, well, yeah, that stuff's stupid anyway. Who cares about any of that? It is the epitome of just moving the goalpost because, well, you didn't move it, Microsoft did, and you're either going to follow it or you're not. And that's why I've just kind of given up on these conversations, because it is over. It's been over. It's been over. Like, it's just, there is no winning or losing. It's over. I don't even know what to call it anymore. Maybe a partnership is the most accurate thing. Being well adjusted to a sick society is no measure of good health. It's a good quote. Chances of a state of play announcement tomorrow? I don't think it's happening tomorrow, no. If there's going to be a state of play or showcase announcement, I think it's happening like later in the second week of June, maybe the third week. You can still play games on the series. Yeah. Bethesda's still making that Blade game. Yeah, as far as I'm aware. I don't think it got canceled or anything. PlayStation always go before Summer Game Fest and Xbox, though. Well, it's worth pointing out that, like, this is a different PlayStation. New leadership in place. So what we see is, we may see some very different things. We may see similar things, but also very different things. We got new people running the ship now. So it's hard to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, we can't really rely on what Sony's done in previous years as a way to guide us into what we can expect now. What's the benefit of going last versus going before? Maybe adjustments, last minute adjustments you can make. Maybe Sony can. Well, I don't know. To be honest, man, I don't know that Sony is looking at it as like they gotta win somebody over. Like, you could make the argument that anything Sony chooses to do in the month of June, right? If they choose to do a state of play, if they choose to do a full-blown showcase, anything they choose to do is just extra and not actually needed. Now, I want it. I think a lot of PlayStation players want that, but it's not needed. Like, it's just like I said, man. Like, I'm not trying to be like a Sony defender, because they don't need defending. There's nothing to defend, but it's just, people continue to freak out about PlayStation, and PlayStation continues to do well. And the only thing that can change that is if they just decide they want to change how they do things, which is fine. I'm not opposed to that, depending on what those changes are. Or if they start to do poorly in some areas, they start to see regression. Until these things start to happen, they're going to probably be left with the feeling of like, well, we must be doing something right. PlayStation has their issues. They still got some stuff they got to work on, for sure. Hold on. Come up here. Metallica Gear Solid. Okay, no fighting. All right. Oh, I guess Leia thought I was calling her. All right, guys. We haven't had any memberships today. We hit 25. We'll feed Boss treats, but maybe we can give Leia some treats. Or not treats. Catnip. Leia loves catnip. She goes nuts for the catnip. So we'll see if we can still make that happen. She usually doesn't come up here, though, which is interesting. She must really want it. You think 0% chance? And Ray comes in. He says, we got to get this member train started, bro. Here's a 5 bomb for you. 5 memberships gifted from Ray. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ray. We'll see if he kicks it off here. Thank you, man. You know I appreciate that. Let me see.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Mark Cerny voice, bro. There you go, Ray. Oh, I'm sorry. That echo was probably horrific. I'm sorry. Let me try that again.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Better? Is it too loud? I'm sorry. It's all going horribly wrong. It's going horribly wrong, bro. That's what I get. And Dash Exley. Exley is back. And he drops another 5 memberships on you guys, bringing us up to 10. He's like, we got to keep this train going, bro. We got to get to that goal. Thank you so much, Exley. What soundbite should I give Exley? I don't know if I still have the Helldivers one. Did I? Hold on. I'm pretty sure I got it somewhere. But let me add those 10 to the goal here. I love how Leia stays calm, though. I gotta say, I appreciate that. Boss, we love you. But Leia, I appreciate your calmness. Actually, I think there might be a misunderstanding here, bro. And Hellbound 1981, another legend, returns, dropping another 5 membership gifts for you guys. The train is still going, bro. Another 5. And then Schmidt GT comes in and drops a single, reminding everybody that you can drop single member gifts, bringing us up to 16. 16. No, Leia, don't leave. You're here against your will now. You will stay. I got to give her a little tease. So she doesn't leave. She's not like Boss. She'll just be like, I'm out, bro. So we're at 16, guys. We need 9 more, and we'll be able to give her some catnip. Oh, easy there, Leia. She's already getting aggressive with it. Like, come on. Hellbound, Schmidt, Exley, Ray, thank you guys so much. Let's get Leia high. I mean, she gets really funny with the catnip. I'm definitely going to encourage you guys. Oh, see, she's getting weird. She's getting weird with it. We could do it. We need 9 more. Josh, you're confused. What are you confused about, Josh? Wes be like, here's mine. If something tells me Wes isn't just he's not just on the catnip, you know. He's gone well beyond the catnip. Bro, where's Corey at? Corey, get in here, man. He's probably out there hunting some gators. Ghost Rider game canceled? What? Oh, the XP thing. Yeah, the XP thing is cool, but I don't quite understand. Boss, don't you come over here and ruin this moment. Don't you come over here and ruin this moment, boy. He's going to do it. He's going to ruin the moment. You see him? You see his head peeking in? Yeah, the XP thing, I don't quite understand it. I haven't heard of a Ghost Rider game. All right, Leia, look. All right, Leia, I'm only giving you literally a piece of catnip because we still need 9 more memberships to make this work. Here's a single piece of catnip. Oh my God, what have I done? Tuxedo cats get jealous of other cats. Gee, you don't say. Boss, stop being jealous. Leia, I just gave you a piece of catnip. It's right here. Yeah, I made mistakes. We've made mistakes. Oh God. Okay. Well, there we go. That's all she needs is a single piece. And Tyson Webb 509 with that 5-year member badge comes in and drops a member gift on you guys, bringing us up to 17. He's like, we got to keep it going, bro. We are close. He's throwing one up there for you. Thank you, Tyson. I appreciate that, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
400 million gone with Concord, 3.6 billion wasted on Bungie. Fair Game's about to get canceled. Hundreds of millions again, Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch with feminine energy. Aloy's underwhelming sales. Damn, not even Horizon, just straight up Aloy. Aloy's underwhelming sales. Okay, boss. Okay. There's no way you're going to come around. You're going to go behind the monitors to come around and bite them. Okay. All right. No. What is happening right now? Guys, I need some help. It's like a PlayStation Civil War up in here. Stop that. There's so many creatures around here. Yeah, I know you can't see it, but Luna's down there too. So it's quite a bit going on here right now. It's a zoo. It's a freaking zoo. These are my children. Take my kids to work day. It's a great stream, guys. 3-ring circus. Great description. So, boss, what is happening? Buys a $550 mic for boss to eat it. Okay, I've never seen Leia go this crazy before. The cats are freaking out. Is this a sign? Like, what does this mean? Are they like conjuring a showcase? My cats are coming together to try to conjure. Boss, wise one. Is there going to be a PlayStation showcase? He looked right into the camera when I said that. Like, he looked at you guys and he's like, I'm here to tell you. Meanwhile, Leia's trying to get inside the bag of catnip. I mean, literally inside of it. Like, she wants to put her whole body inside the bag of catnip. PlayStation Showcase announcement incoming. It's up on the blog. Is that what Boss said? Strong men create a peaceful world. Manly women create a hellscape? Oh my god. You hear that, Leia? Boss wrote the blog. Boss was the one who wrote the abandoned blog. I hope we get a showcase, dude. I mean, it's been over 2 years. That's what's kind of crazy. Like, it's been over 2 years since we got a PlayStation Showcase. And the last one we did get was, we talked about it so many times, but it just wasn't very good. It wasn't. It was really lacking. We have a third cat. You'll wait another 2 years. Don't make me wait another 2 years, Sony. Give me a really good state of play. I could settle for that. A really good one. That would be nice. Boss is Hassan. Hey, hold on. I see you guys in the chat. Look, man, we're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to agree to disagree. Somebody sees Ghost of Yotei and they're like, nah, that's feminine energy. Somebody sees it and says, yo, this looks great. And you know what? It's cool. My recommendation, everybody, go with your flow. As long as it's not like, directly hurting anybody. Go with your flow, bro. Unico, bro. You good, Leia? Whoa, okay. She's not growling at me, but she's like breathing really heavy, like, I'm not okay, man. Pushing agendas. Can we separate the worm from the apple? Can we do it? PlayStation needs all eyes on Death Stranding 2's release. They aren't showing anything else to draw attention away from that major release. Showcase disappointment incoming? I don't know, man. I mean, I'm taking Jeff Grubb's word for it, dude. I think if Jeff Grubb was unsure, he wouldn't have said anything. He said it was particularly difficult to get his hands on this information this time. Well, look, I mean, when it comes to the type of games that PlayStation has coming, I think some people are under the belief that if Sony produces like a string of games that don't speak to you, if you're not interested in Ghost of Yotei, if you're not interested in Intergalactic, and maybe Wolverine turns out to be a disappointment, I think the idea that some people have is that it's going to be that way forever. And it's like, I doubt that. I just don't think that's possible. I think that there are streaks. And so, like, when I look back at the PS4 generation, it wasn't a common thing, but there were people who felt like Sony was just making the same type of game. like every 6 months they would release the same type of standard cinematic AAA over the shoulder type game. And I think that some people took it too far, where it was like, well, there definitely are differences between these games. Whoa, hey, you can't go back there. And I get it. Like, I try to be understanding that the cadence that Sony has going with their games hasn't really changed dramatically, but in some cases, the type of games, if the change hasn't been dramatic, there's been a change in general. And I just don't believe that people who enjoyed certain aspects of PlayStation in the past, I'm not convinced, and maybe I'll turn out to be wrong, I'm not convinced that there aren't going to be things coming in the future that they're not going to be interested in, I'm just not convinced of that. Not yet, anyway. I haven't played it yet, 0 Point. No, I'm still torn on whether I'm going to or not. I'm really struggling with this one. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's Garrett. That's why I try to say, I think the problem. Let's see if I can thread this needle. I think the problem, Garrett, is that there is and this is where it gets hard, because I was going to say in my opinion, but to a lot of people, it's not an opinion, it's just a fact. And I guess to a degree it is when we look at things like Sweet Baby Inc. and how they proliferated the last couple of years. There is no denying that a certain level of politics made their way into not just the gaming industry, but all forms of media. And I'm not trying to, and I think people mistook me last year and maybe even the year before when I try to talk about this stuff, where it's like, I'm not trying to be the type of person that's, I just don't want to scream one thing over and over and over again, because I think people get tired of that. I do think these things are more nuanced. I think that they're more complex. I think that there's more working and moving parts than what some people like to acknowledge. And part of that, I think, comes in the form of, I think between the years 2020 and 2024, and yes, I know that lines up with the Biden administration, and I'm not trying to make it a pure political conversation, but I just think between those years, a certain message was sent, broadly speaking. And I think people who align with that message, part of it was you can feel much more comfortable kind of embracing this, and putting it into things, right? Like baking it into things and making it more known, more overtly. And I think we absolutely saw that. I don't think everything that gets accused of it, is guilty of it. I don't think every person that's accused of it is guilty of it. And I do think it works both ways. It definitely works both ways. It's not just exclusive to one political alignment or side. And I guess I'm just saying this because it's like, this is why when we talk about something like Intergalactic, if somebody were to say to me, like, I'm not touching Intergalactic because I don't like Neil Druckmann's politics, that's totally fine. That is a valid reason to want nothing to do with Intergalactic. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that Neil Druckmann's politics are going to be in Intergalactic or that studio's politics are going to be inserted into it, but there's a very high chance. And then there's people in the middle who are like, well, it depends on how they handle it. It depends on if it's going to be something that's like forced and it's like just we're being beaten over the head with certain messages and certain stuff we're just tired of hearing about, or if it's going to be nuanced and handled delicately and stuff like that. And then there are people that are actually for that, that like they want it to be that, right? They want to see those politics. I don't think there's many people that want that, but they do exist. They do want politics like forcefully inserted into these products. And the sad part about that is most of the people who want that want it because they want to see people agitated. So it's not even like a really good reason. But hold on, we got a full blown Anthony, I'm so sorry that was the voice. No. No. That can't be the voice. That cannot be the voice that, oh man. No, you guys didn't hear it. You guys didn't hear it. Holy shit, only I heard it. Okay, here you go. This is how it came through for me. Anthony, I'm sorry, bro. I'll read it properly. This is what I heard.
MBG, we're taking our hobby back. And we'll drag the soy boys with us.
Crazy. Like, of all the super chats, that voice would pop up. That's the one. Sweet Baby Ink voice. You like that voice? We didn't create the culture war. We are responding to it. You love it. Guys, we still need to get to that 25 mark with the memberships. Yeah, I mean, I get it, man. I get it. There's been an escalation in aggression between both sides for, I would say, the past 6 or 7 years now, but actually probably the past 8 years or so. It's been escalating, and it's not stopping. And I understand why people feel that way. Like, they feel like they got to like push back. We got to take shit back. And I get it. There are times I feel that way. I just, my whole thing anymore is like, and I think this feeling in me has been created because of the failure that pertains to me trying to be against Microsoft and be against what Xbox is doing in the hopes that they're going to get the message and do something different. And I just kind of realized, like, my only option here is either support it or don't, either give it a chance or don't. And I hope I'm not burned, dude. Like, I really hope I'm not burned. It's like, I want to support, Wolverine, and because I want it to be a good game, because I it's like one of those things where it's like, I'm going to be in denial, where it's like, it can't be bad. Like, you can't mess Wolverine up. Like, you can, but come on. Like, this has to be a good game. And I'll be in denial until I see it in front of me. Straight up, like, here you go, man. Here's what we cooked up, for better or for worse. Something like Intergalactic, it's hard for me. It is. I got to be honest, like, it's difficult for me to give that game a proper, fair chance, because yes, I just watched season 2 of The Last of Us Part 2. Or for HBO, I did play The Last of Us Part 2, and I just, it's gotten to a point where there's just two sides. It's been that way for a while, but it continues, where it's like, you either love it or you hate it. Like, you either are for it or you're against it. There is no in between. And there is no in between because that's the way Neil Druckmann wrote it. And that's true. And that is true. Like, that's the way it was supposed to be with The Last of Us Part 2. There is no in between. You're either going to be on board with it or you are not. The game handles such extreme topics, and it throws so many things at you in such an intense manner that it doesn't give you the chance to be able to be somewhere in the middle. You either got to be on one end or the other. And maybe that was by design. And And I'm somebody who was on the end and still am of like, I over at the end of the day, I don't like it. Like I just can't lie to myself. That's like, I can't pretend that I like when I see people enthusiastic about it and like really like I encounter people who really love that game. It's like, I can't lie and say, yeah, I do too. It's like, well, I'm trying to be understanding of different aspects of it. And I don't want to be what I would in some cases consider to be somewhat closed-minded towards it. But, this is where it's like when I look at something like Intergalactic, I'm trying to just be like, I'm going to just give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they don't even deserve it. I'm trying to do what I believe is the right thing, which is, please don't prove me right. Like I want Intergalactic to just be a fucking great game that's not trying to virtue signal and throw bullshit and create controversy for the sake of controversy. Like I want it to just be a really good game focused on gameplay that has an okay story and an okay characters, or a good story and great characters. That's fine too. Obviously, I'd welcome that. Because when I see that what people are expecting the game to be, like I read the opinions of people, it's like, I hope you're wrong. Like I really do. I really, really, really do, because the way people describe what we can expect with this game, it sounds awful. They don't know. They know as much as I do. And a lot of it's based off assumptions, I just want them to be wrong.
I love Naughty Dog. I supported them until I just couldn't anymore. I loved TLOUS game. But then I woke up. And I looked so foolish.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just remain muted. My bad. I'll just keep talking muted. I didn't say anything of importance, Anthony. Just so you know. Not a single... Nothing. Nothing important. I got to stop muting my mic because I clearly forget. That's embarrassing. What I was saying, Anthony, it's interesting because that's like the opposite of what I usually see. It's not often I see people who liked the game and then actually later on they're like, actually, I realized I kind of didn't like it, or I don't like it now, or I was wrong about it. I'm kind of on the opposite end, not fully though, like not as much as you are, where you just are saying you straight up like woke up and decided you don't like the game anymore. I hated The Last of Us 2. I did, and one of the most annoying things, and I understand people's frustration. I really, really do, because I got gaslit to oblivion when The Last of Us 2 came out. And I still get gaslit to oblivion today with different things and different topics. And if there's one thing that I've learned in being on the internet this long and covering all these different topics this long, is that people are always like, you're always going to see a shift. A shift is always going to occur. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And when that shift occurs, you're either going to move with it or you're not. That's just the reality of it. That's the way it's always been. It's the way it always will be. Things do not stay the same forever. I will say, I think these shifts are occurring more rapidly now. And I remember when The Last of Us 2 came out, like, I was genuinely trying to critique that game from a story perspective, not even like anything politically. And I just continued to get gaslit into oblivion because there were a lot of people who supported me and agreed with me, but the people who didn't were aggressively vocal about it. And it was because they were just lumping me in to the same group of like, people who were freaking out about, Lev being a trans character or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's not my issue. Like, my issue is like, I feel like the story fucking sucks. And like, there's literal fan fiction out there that's probably better than this. That was how I felt. Like, I felt like
I still like the
characters-
game, but I was blinded by the movement. And now I'm stuck trying to explain this to my daughter. We shared this game and loved Neil.
Bro, that's intense. Whoa. Easy there, Luna. You want some? Bro, Anthony. First off, that's intense. All right, Luna. There you go. You can have a little bit. We didn't hit 25, but she's going crazy over here. Well, I mean, that's the thing, Anthony. Like I was saying, I could not stand the story of The Last of Us 2 for one big reason. And it's why I feel kind of disconnected with the whole culture war thing. The biggest reason I hated The Last of Us 2 story is because I hated what Neil Druckmann decided to do with the characters of Joel and Ellie. And I remember, I encountered different fans who back in 2020 and 2021, they were like, well, they're not your characters, bro. They're not real. I'm just like, whatever, dude. Like, it just got to a point where I'm like, all right, well, it is what it is. Like, this is what they did. And I even tried to give it a second chance. And I will admit, giving The Last of Us 2 a second chance by properly trying to play it thoroughly and already being prepared for the story beats, it gave me a greater appreciation for the talent of Naughty Dog. One thing I will never be for is taking credit away from where it belongs, right? And in my opinion, Naughty Dog does deserve credit for creating a good playing video game that feels like a competent game that's like has attention to detail on an extreme level. The gameplay is brutal and intense and visceral. But that doesn't fall. The Last of Us Part 2 does not fall under this game is incredible and amazing. It also doesn't fall under this game is the worst thing ever made. It to me, it really is something in between where it's like, for me, one of the worst stories I've ever experienced in anything. I hated it. And like, the story was so bad to me. It made me feel so bad that I struggled even enjoying the gameplay. It took me a second playthrough where I already knew everything that was going to happen to enjoy the gameplay thoroughly. Like, some people maybe did the first time. And there's also just the fact that enough time goes by and it's like, yeah, this is what they chose to do. This is what they chose to do. And it is what it is. I will say, watching The Last of Us HBO Season 2 made it worse.
In 10 years' time, people will look back at Lu 2 and say, wow, remember when ND went against the grain. Anger is still an emotional attachment to a game.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, people say like the fact that it's still talked about and still discussed the way it is proves that, they achieved what they set out to achieve. And it's like, I guess that could be an argument to a degree. That could be a kind of argument, but I don't know. Like, to me, that's not what makes a game good. A game being memorable is not what makes it good. It's part of it, but I guess it really kind of does boil down to that emotional attachment that, that allows it to persist in your memory, right? To constantly be thinking about it. Was the story of The Last of Us 2 in the game well told? I will say The Last of Us 2 story in the game compared to the TV show. I mean, the TV show makes the game look like, an amazingly told story, right? The show is a train wreck. Like I know there are people. You know what I can't stand? I can't stand people that get defensive, like overly defensive. I mean, everybody gets defensive. That's normal, but overly defensive, where it's like people sometimes need to accept that if something's getting enough hate, that there might be a problem. And that's what pisses me off. It does swing both ways. I agree. But I've been seeing that with certain things these days where it's like, if enough people are pointing something out, it doesn't mean that there aren't those people who are taking it too far. Like, for example, the people who are being nasty to Bella Ramsey and treating her like subhuman. I think that's terrible. Like, you shouldn't do that. But put that aside. That's a whole separate thing. That's people who hate on an extreme level. Let's listen to everybody else. You listen to everybody else, and so many people are like, this is just not good. You know? Why? Well, to be honest, I'm probably not going to watch season 3. Hell, I don't think I'm going to be able to watch season 3 because, like, dude, I was just kind of curious to see with season 2, like, what they were going to change. And they did change more than I expected. And I was hoping it would be for the better, but it was actually mostly for the worse. But I'm just trying to say, like, when enough people say something and they give a certain criticism, I'm not interested in people shooting that criticism down. Like, oh, no, you're just a hater. Like, are they? Or are they actually just giving valid criticism that you want to reject because you're too enveloped in a bubble of this is the greatest thing ever and it could do no wrong. You know, I don't like that. I don't like that at all because it's just like, that's not true for 99% of things. It's just not. You know, I think part of enjoying something like thoroughly and genuinely means enjoying the flaws as well. You know? Enjoying the flaws and accepting the flaws. Maybe not enjoying them, but accepting them. That nothing's perfect. And I just can't stand to see, you know, people continue to talk about The Last of Us Part 2 like it's a perfect game. Like, no, it is not. It is not. A perfect game is not a game that gets this much. A perfect game would never leave this many people unsatisfied. And to group every unsatisfied person as just a hater is bullshit. That's bullshit. That's a person who's afraid that their favorite thing's going to be criticized. And that, you know, that goes into the boat of fanboyism. Of like, I don't care. Like, oh, well, it's the highest rated game of all time. So? What about when those same game journalists give, you know, garbage games that you consider garbage, or even like Xbox games that you consider garbage, higher ratings? Those are the same critics that are giving the highest ratings to The Last of Us Part 2. Like, what? It's just people constantly moving and shifting into whatever they think, whatever's most convenient for where they stand, whatever they can use. And I'm not interested in that shit because that shit is boring. That shit means you're busy trying to fight some kind of war, and I get it. People are fighting the culture war. They're fighting whatever. They're defending or they're attacking, and I'm not interested in that because I'm interested in getting down to what really matters, which is like, listen, man. People are going to have to make their own decisions on what they want to support and what they don't want to support. And I think that there are a lot of people who work very hard to sway. And I'm not interested in swaying people. I'm interested in telling people, make your own decision. I would like you to hear what I have to say, but I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. You know, I've given, if you want to talk about what I've given up on, that's what I've given up on. Like, even when I encounter like Xbox players all the time, dude, I encounter them so much. Like, anything I try to say that I am excited about for PlayStation or good with, there are Xbox players who, like, they make it their job where, like, let me just shit on what you're saying and tell you why you're totally wrong. It's like, okay, dude, that's good for you. There's nothing for me to defend here. You know, like, that's your opinion, bro. If you if you don't like it, that's fine. If you don't like that I like it, that too is fine. Doesn't mean I'm not going to like it. You know? Holy shit, actually. That one came at me fast. Whoa. Right, so when Death Stranding has a good review, just ignore it, people.
MBG, you're right. It's the art that matters.
I mean, yeah, look, I'm trying to match Naughty Dog's energy, ultimately, if that makes sense. Because, like, what you just said, that's how Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog feel, where it's about the art. And part of that is let the artist do what they want. That's what they believe in. You know, like, the artist doesn't owe the fans anything. The artist should just do what the artist wants to do. And I can respect that, where it's like, all right, it can suck sometimes because it can be selfish where it's like, well, shouldn't that artist take into account that there's millions of people kind of waiting for what they might be cooking up? And it's like, well, yeah, but do you want the artist to make what you want them to make, or do you want them to make what they want to make? And that's kind of the conundrum. And so Naughty Dog has 100% taken the approach of, we're going to make what we want to make. And you're either on board with it or you're not. And I'm trying to match that by just being like, well, with Intergalactic coming up, I'm not on board with it. I'm not against it. I'm trying to be against my own, it's probably a mistake, but I'm trying to just take it as, okay, well, you guys cook up what you want to cook up. I'll judge it when it's here, when it's ready. And until then, I'm just going to hope that the things you're saying about it turn out to be true, where it's going to be a great game, great gameplay. Okay. But if they come out and it's like, this is our art, this is what we made, and it's just so like, okay, like, I can't, these characters are awful. This main protagonist is one of the most unlikable protagonists I've ever played or was ever written, you know, or like, it's just cringeworthy and all this shit. All right, well then, you know, if what I'm trying to say is, if Naughty Dog's response to me as a fan is gonna be like, I don't really like this, like, well, you don't have to like it. This is what we made. You don't have to like it. Because I heard Neil Druckmann talking in an interview recently where he was talking about The Last of Us HBO Season 2, and he was kind of saying that. And I'm like, all right, well, he's not being rude about it. But it's like, okay, well, if your response to people who have criticisms towards what you made with like The Last of Us Part 2 or The Last of Us HBO is, you know, if you don't like it, you don't have to engage with it. It's like, all right, well, then the only like reasonable option at that point is not to scream and say, no, you're wrong. You should have made it this, or you need to go. Like, okay, well, then I'm just going to move on, you know? And I'm going to go direct my energy towards something else. And granted, I know I haven't been doing that because we've been talking about The Last of Us Season 2 HBO, but that's why I'm saying, like, I had to force myself to watch that last episode because I had paid for a freaking month of, HBO Max, which I do regret. Shit was like $20. And like, you know, they ended it where they're like, okay, we're doing Abby's thing now. You know, you think he is being rude? He's being a narcissist. You think so?
It's all up to you. I love TLOUS the game, but hate the show. Messed up so much of it. Even someone who loves a thing can hate another version of it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's been I feel like things have gotten even messier for The Last of Us Part 2 and seeing what people are saying. Because you got people who didn't play the game chiming in now. You got people who only played the game but are just seeing things about the show chiming in. Then you get people who did both, and it's all over the place. Hold on, I gotta let Luna out. And yeah, it is a little bit all over the place, and it's messier than ever. Yeah, it was a struggle to get through that season of the show, and ultimately when we got to the end, and it seems like they just rushed the whole thing. I thought Bella Ramsey was horrible as Ellie. Craig Mazin, obviously, I don't know. Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann, I don't know what they thought they did with season 2 of The Last of Us Part 2, or at HBO, I mean, but I don't think they cooked at all. I'm just giving my honest opinion in that, like, it was especially watching that last episode, and then they're like, okay, now here's Abby waking up, and it's day 1 in Seattle. Please tune into season 3, and I'm like, there's no chance in hell. There's no chance in hell, dude. Like, the only reason I even decided to watch this season was because I wanted to see what changes they made with Joel, if any, and what changes they made for Ellie. They had a couple of cool changes with Joel that were kind of nice, but outside of that, all the other changes they made were just like, this is just awful. I don't know. I don't want to like rant about it, but it's just, I did not enjoy it, and I will not be tuning into season 3. You got me, Unknown. We have Perfect Image with a direct donation. And he says, hey, BG, people bugging about Ghost 2. It's not like all of them didn't watch Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch. I'll take it back. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Well, Ghost of Yotei is going to be an interesting one. I'm stoked for Ghost of Yotei, truthfully. I've talked about this ad nauseum, but I know that there are people, they do not like the actress because she is a political activist on Twitter. They do not like the actress that they got, and I can respect that. You know, if you don't want to separate the art from the artist, and you know you view it as the fact that Sucker Punch was willing to hire this person and make this person the main character in their new story, and you have a problem with that, and you're going to not give them your money for it, I can respect that. It's a little bit intense. You know, I'm not that intense with it. My whole thing is Ghost of Yotei needs to just feel like a good game with a good story, where this character feels like a well-written character from Sucker Punch, and it's not really about, like, I don't even know who the actress is. You know what I mean? Like, all I know is her performance. That's my hope for Ghost of Yotei. And if it turns out to be not that, well, that means I'm going to be disappointed. And believe me when I tell you, Ghost of Yotei is not a game that I'm prepared to be disappointed with. If I'm disappointed with Ghost of Yotei, we are going to have a problem. Yeah, I everything I've seen of Ghost of Yotei, I have confidence in it. Ghost of Yotei for me is not an intergalactic situation, where intergalactic could be horrible. You know, like, I have not seen anywhere near enough to be able to make that judgment. Not even close. Actually, you're saying you don't financially support those that hate me. Principles are intense. I mean, I can respect it. Because you might be right. You might be right. I mean, this is where I try not to make it so personal, where, like, yeah, I saw this woman's Twitter and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. Like, in my opinion, you're like kind of out there a little bit. That's her prerogative. Maybe she wouldn't like somebody like me. You know?
Hey, MBG, I hope the family doing good on this Sunday. Off topic, have you watched Fallout TV series? It's pretty good for a game adaptation.
Actually, I have not watched the Fallout show. I've heard it's really, really good though. Never really got into Fallout, man. This is where like VAR, when it comes to Bethesda's RPGs, I have never really gotten into them. Truthfully, like I've never gotten deeply into them. Fallout's one of these games to me that's like, it's one of these games where I have minimal experience with it. When I tried to play it, I could not get into it, but I see the way people love it, and I'm like, well, they did something right. They did something right. And it was interesting to see the reaction to the series. I saw recently they're like, oh yeah, the Fallout show could go on for like 10 years or something. I'm like, what? That's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, maybe if I were to watch the show, maybe I would like that more than the games. I'm not sure. It's difficult for me to do that though, because it's like I would struggle to watch a show based on a game that I didn't really play. You brought back the text to speech thing for now. Yeah, we've been doing it all stream. It's been going pretty well. A little bit chaotic, but it's been going well overall. But yeah, Var, thank you for the super chat, man. Me and the family are doing pretty good today. I appreciate you asking. I hope you and yours are doing well also. I don't know, man. I hate the political divide that exists right now, and specifically how it has dug its way into so much. So much of the games industry, anywhere you look, it feels like everything truly is politicized. And, I'm not saying there's one party to blame or whatever. It's just, it sucks, man. Like, I hate that, everything. Like, I hate that people do try to ignore the fact that, yeah, there are many Western video game studios that, there are many Western video game studios. Hold on.
Shout out to Exley. You're on fire, homie.
Homie. Why did it say it like that, bro? Oh my God, this text to speech is cursed. Listen, I don't like people who deny that there are Western video game studios that are like all aboard. They're all about the left-leaning politics, and that's not even the problem. Like, be as left-leaning as you want to be. Like, have your own political. The problem is when people try to ignore or downplay the fact that has aggressively made its way into games. That doesn't, and this is why I try to say, like, the answer is not, we need the antithesis to that. That's not the answer either. And I think that's why people get so upset. Where it's like, well, I'm tired of these gay and lame characters in my damn games. Well, what's your solution? Get rid of all the gay and lame characters. There's no place for that. It's like, that's not a good answer either. That's not a good answer. It's like, well, what is a good answer? In my opinion, it's something really reasonable. It's let's have some lame characters. Let's have some gay characters. Let's have some, we can have a mixture of both, but let's not make them the only characters. And let's not oversaturate it. Just like it would not be fair if every PlayStation studio had rugged, badass, hyper-masculine protagonists. If every single studio, that's all they produced, you could make the argument they would speak probably to a bigger installed base maybe on the PlayStation or, wherever they're going to release it. But it's like, to me, that's not the answer, because that would feel kind of forced. Like, there's no way every single studio wants to make that exact type of character because that would get boring. They would all feel the same. There's got to be a balance. That's what I've always advocated for. That's what I've always advocated for. And I've tried numerous times to have the mentality of like, because this, they'll kind of catch you in a bind, and I understand where they're coming from. They're like, well, why should their gender even matter? And it's like, I'm just tired of pretending that it doesn't matter at all, when it's like, it's going to matter if like the majority of studios are like, we need to have a strong female protagonist. That's going to matter. Just like if it was every single studio says we need a strong male protagonist. It's going to matter because it's going to seem weird. Like, why are you going so far in one direction? And it's the potential answers to that make things complicated and also make things controversial. Because what is the answer to it? I mean, do we need somebody like Neil Druckmann to come out on stage and say, I actually had a secret agenda with The Last of Us? Do we need that? No, we don't need that. Maybe then we needed that because maybe some people didn't know. But it's 2025. Like, everybody knows now. We get it. That was the agenda. Mission accomplished. But why the takeover? Why the takeover? There doesn't need to be a takeover. The whole point of what you were trying to do should have been to create a balance, not a takeover. And I guess it's because when they decided to implement that agenda, or deploy it, I should say, I don't know if they were aware of it or not. Surely if they had any common sense, they would be, that you're going to get backlash from that group of people that is completely against that. Your job, don't fall into that trap. Maintain that path of balance and equilibrium. And I don't know, from what I can tell, I'm not entirely convinced, but I don't know that they did that. Saying nobody's asking for that, MBG. What we want are fun games, well written, with universal themes that don't preach. In other words, how games were for 30 plus years. I mean, I get that. I'm not opposed to that either. To me, that is a simplification. It is a simplification. It's one that I can get behind, though, because I don't see a problem there. Maybe the problem does arise when you get certain people who feel like, well, games have to be more than that. And it's like, well, they are. They can be. Maybe, you ever think that maybe it just feels like sometimes they're trying too hard? Because I think about that. Because I'm like, every game creator wants to do something impactful, whether that be creating the funnest game ever, or creating the deepest game ever, creating the deepest characters, the deepest lore, whatever it might be. Do you ever think sometimes maybe there's some overthinking going on, like big time, where it's like they're trying way too hard, and in that attempt to really try to like wait till they get a load of this, it's like, bro, it didn't have to be like you've overcomplicated it like 10 times over. Because that's, again, when I think of The Last of Us Part 2, that's what I think of. Neil Druckmann can say whatever he wants. Like, that dude was on a path to, The Last of Us 2 has to be demonstrably better in every way than Part 1. And I'm like, well, I understand that ambition. I can almost applaud that ambition, but it's like, you're talking about a near perfect game, dude. Like, how hard, like how try hard are you about to become? He's like, oh, you're gonna find out. You're saying The Last of Us 2 wasn't high art, it was a temper tantrum. That's a funny description, dude. Holy shit, that's a funny description. It was a temper tantrum. That's wild. Bro, it's just video games. I mean, would people be complaining if it was a Stellar Blade female in Intergalactic? No. Man, that would be funny. That would be amazing. Not for like shallow reasons, but I would love to see that just because I would love to see people's reactions. Because like I feel like there still would be. All right, what if? Here's a question. What if Intergalactic's main protagonist like was that level of like over sexualized like Stellar Blade, but was also super woke? Now that would be funny. Come on, Neil, make it happen. I want to see that shit. I want to see people get twisted in the pretzels because they don't know how to feel. All right, Hanzo. I hope you come back soon, bro. The issue is that Western studios are just revolving door of failures. Like everyone involved with Concord was hired by big studios. Well, I mean, here's what I want to point out, that it can't be understated. Regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum, or even like, with the culture war and shit, one of the most important things we learned about Firewalk Studio before they were shut down and before Concord failed, one of the most important things we learned is that studio had a complete toxic positivity vibe, where we were hearing reports about you could not say anything bad about the game. It was like groups of people huddled together saying, this is too, like, we're winning. Like, this is it. We're doing amazing. And if you were that person that was like, guys, we have a big problem and you need to see that problem and fix it right now. If you were that person, it sounded like you got shunned or basically like shoved aside. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you ruining the vibes? Like, you got shamed, basically. There was also the whole report of an individual who worked there as, I think, a producer or something, or a director, and they wanted to be addressed as the professor. And it like put everybody in an awkward position because this person was not a professor, but they demanded to be acknowledged as one. And the work in that type of work environment, like basically it was like, you can't say anything. And I have tried to explain that this is the problem. All of that, everything I just described, that's political. The reason it's political is because that is some extreme left-leaning bullshit where this is like were they a California-based? I forget where they were located, but they're on the West Coast. It's like you're an expensive-ass studio. You all are being run by a group of people that it's like, this is the environment we're going to create. Isn't it so wonderful? And it's like, no, you imbecile. You imbeciles, like, no, you are going to kill your own studio and you're going to destroy jobs because of your feelings. Oh, no. We might have to fucking tell somebody, no, we're not calling you professor. You're not a professor. Knock it off with that shit. Grow up. Be an adult. Nobody at that studio had the balls who was in charge to say that. And so what happens is you get a bunch of developers that are there that are like looking at each other like, what is wrong with these people? Nobody there was able to just look at those character designs and say, hey, that character that you made really fat and ugly. And I know that's harsh. It is harsh. But it's like, we need money. Okay? Like, we need money so our studio doesn't shut down, so we don't go homeless, basically. So we don't go jobless and potentially homeless. That character that you gave a big blue trench coat and made like fat and really unappealing and just really looking like a lame ass character, do something about it. Because nobody's going to want to play as that character. People are going to make fun of that character. And you're like, this is a risk. This is a totally unnecessary risk. It's a risk being made out of virtue signaling of like, but this is the right thing. And it's like, I get it. You want to be inclusive. But come on, man. Like, this is your first
I would never
aim.
last in an office environment like that today. My Gen X mind won't let me put up with that delusional mindset of today's society.
And that's what I mean. I'm not saying that there isn't a place for this level of inclusiveness. There is. But the problem is that they didn't just have that mentality towards one character, they had that mentality towards all of the characters. All of them, which is why they all turned out to be lame and everyone. And this is why, like, look, I'm not even saying I'm 100% behind it. I'm not even saying it's 100% right. But it's like, this is why when you see something like Marvel Rivals, even Marvel Rivals has leaned into the over-sexualization of Marvel characters. And it's like, I'm not the person that's asking for that. You know, I'm not, like, to me, that's neither here nor there. I get it. Like, I get why people are attracted to it. Absolutely. It's speaking to, like, a very, you know, basic lower instinct. But it's like, they're just being smart about it, where it's like, we could go out of our way to make some of these characters, we could challenge the players. We're gonna have unique designs for these Marvel characters. We could do that, or we could just make them sexy as hell. Who's gonna have a problem with that? Well, what about people who aren't sexy? Aren't they gonna have a problem? Why would they have a problem? This game isn't about them. Well, what if they don't feel like they can relate? That's not the point. We're not asking them to relate to these characters. We're asking them to think these characters are cool. You know? No, that I agree with, actually. I'm just saying, like, it's simple. It's simple and it's effective, and there's a reason for it. It's because it's natural. That's why. It's natural. It's natural to like, if you have two different characters to choose from, you know, and it's not a matter of personality. It's just a matter of you don't know these characters. You don't know their personalities. You just have nothing but looks and aesthetics to go based off of. It's just natural that you're going to lean to whatever you think looks either the most cool or the most attractive. That's what I meant. And that's what I'm saying. That's simple and it's effective. And you have these people that come in and they're like, but that doesn't seem right morally. And it's like, okay, well, stand on your moral, ride your moral high horse then. And think you're better than everybody, and think that your way of thinking is better than everybody, and then let me know how far that gets you in the real world. It turns out in the real world, it gets you nowhere fast, because that's not how things are. Because you're going too far. You're going too far against what's just natural, man. And again, it doesn't have to be some overly complicated thing, but this is why we use the term radical to describe these people, because that's what they are. They are so radically against any type of normalcy. It's not to say that everything that's normal and natural is perfectly fine and doesn't have flaws. It does, which is why we have to strive to be better. But the answer to that isn't just throwing it all out, erasing it, and making it, and like basically demonizing it all. That's not the answer either. I mean, in 2025, what's normal these days? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. Who even knows anymore? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's just, things were out of balance, and they still kind of are. Things are out of balance, and that's what I will always advocate for, is just a healthy balance. If somebody has a certain feeling, like, hey, this character you made, I feel slightly offended by it. I don't feel comfortable being the person like, shut up, you fucking snowflake, and get out of my face. Like, it's funny to be that way sometimes. Like, I get it. Like, oh man. But to me, it's more like, okay, what are you offended by? And depending on what they say, it's like, okay, I'll take this into consideration. And then likely the consideration is, like, if they're like, well, I'm offended because, they're like, one of the things I remember with like Concord is like, yeah, like there were no white characters or whatever. That didn't offend me. I don't care. Like, what offended, it didn't offend me, but like what made me kind of look at it and be like, the fuck? Was like, why are none of these characters, like, so you have one basic archetype character, right? I forget the name of the character. He was like the dude with the shoulder pads. He was the dude with the shoulder pads, and he had like the assault rifle, and I don't know what the hell he looked like he was out of. And it's like, this is supposed to be like the the bro dude shooter, right? That's supposed to appeal to people who like that kind of stuff. And I'm like, you couldn't even make him cool. Like, that's the dude that's supposed to appeal to me, and he didn't even, and it had nothing to do with skin color. It's just like, look at him. Bro's wearing, like, football pads. Why does he look like that? Like, this is lame. Like, this is just full-blown lame right now, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm being overly harsh, but I don't care if I'm replaced. Well, what do you mean? Actually, what do you mean, bro? Who's replacing me? Hold on. What are you talking about? Knights of Cypher, you're saying you see far more outrage from the anti-woke than anyone else. Well, there's that too. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's extremism all around. My goal is to not get trapped into any of it. And maybe by choosing not to get trapped into any of it during a time like this, I come off as somebody who is indecisive or maybe too lenient or too understanding. But it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I've tried to see the different sides, and every single time I do, I find that, like, people take things so far. Even when we're talking about video games, dude, like, I still see people, it's everywhere. Like, people who are so extreme about PlayStation and so extreme about Xbox, where it's like, Jesus, guys, like, it is in my best interest to continue to talk about this, but can we chill a little bit? I mean, there are people going nuts. I see people get into literally, like, pages of threads getting into arguments, and it's like, when I look at what started the argument and then I look at what they're talking about now, it's like, we've lost the guys. You've completely lost the plot. I don't even think you remember what you were arguing about in the first place or what point you were trying to make. You know, where it becomes, everybody looks for their perfect enemy. Everybody wants a perfect enemy. You know, don't force yourself to understand people. I'm not trying to force myself. It's just like, trust me, I've accepted that there are many people I'm never going to understand. I just try to be willing to give it a thought before I, you know, it's like they say, think before you speak, right? Like, when I encounter something, I try to think about it a little bit, process it, and make some kind of sense of it. Yeah, Rudy, I did get that Concord Platinum, though. So, dude, I still can't believe, do you see that person who worked at Firewalk sold their commemorative plaque or whatever for shipping the game? Or it's like auctioning. Well, there is truth to that, actually, to a degree. There is truth to that. Like, if nobody said anything, then yeah, the entire industry would be taken over by one type of individual, or one group, not one type of person, but one group of people. And we don't want to see that either. You know, we don't want to see that either. We want to see, a balance. At least I think that's what I advocate for. And I think that's what most people advocate for. Like, you want to see people, it's, nothing's worse than when a game feels like it goes against, like, aggressively against the grain. You know? Like, not to bring it up again, and I know I sound like a broken record, but it's like, one of the reasons why people hate Neil Druckmann, I'm not here to say the hate is justified. I'm just saying, outside of politics, right? I'm not even talking about politics or studio politics. One of the reasons why people hate Neil Druckmann and can't stand what he did with The Last of Us Part 2 is because he told you that, listen, in the first game, you played as Joel, this really badass, but also troubled, masculine character that plays a father type to, a surrogate-esque daughter, and is her protector. And there's a sense of redemption there, a sense of purpose. But there's also, again, complication. And all these things are what made up The Last of Us 1. He said, so we're going to go from that to now you're going to play as Ellie, who is the daughter type, but now she's grown and capable. And that's what you're going to do. And everybody was on board with that. Everybody was on board with that. I remember prior to the release of The Last of Us Part 2, nobody had a problem playing as Ellie, at least that I could see. Maybe there was like a couple people, but generally speaking, everybody was on board. And they were showing the gameplay segments, and people were like, oh my God, this is amazing. I will be a broken record then in this instance. What people hated Neil Druckmann for is, okay, so you remember when we told you in the second game you're going to play as Ellie? Yeah, so actually, the reason you're going to play as Ellie is because Joel dies, like pretty much at the beginning of the game. That's why you're playing as her. It's like, oh shit. Oh my God. Oh, okay, that's crazy. I didn't think that's why we were playing as Ellie. That's huge. Oh, and also, I should probably tell you this. For the second half of this 30-hour game, you're going to be playing as the person that killed Joel. Yeah. Yeah, see, that alone right there, if that's what Naughty Dog tried to sell me on, I would have said, no, thank you. Like, straight up. Like, I remember I was hyping up the shit out of The Last of Us Part 2 because I was like, this game's going to be amazing because of what they showed me. And then they pulled not just a bait and switch. I mean, they just straight up were like, this, yeah, we're just going to say fuck you. You know, that's what we're going to do. And that's our art. My problem is the fact that they didn't have the balls to just tell us that. I'm not saying, and I get that's like, well, that would spoil it, but it's like, no. They know why do you think they freaked the fuck out when the leaks came out? They freaked out because they knew cat's out of the bag. And maybe from their perspective, they're like, ooh, this is going to be amazing. Wait until they find out. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure you guys are expecting elation. I'm sure you guys are expecting fans to be so enthusiastic and happy. I'm not saying that I wanted them to tell us Joel dies. I'm just saying, man, that like giving us this perception of the game where, yeah, you're going to play as Ellie and Joel's going to be your partner and it's going to be a grand old adventure. Okay. Going from that to actually that bro's going to take a golf club to the head in the first hour of the game, and they're going to have this really cool badass chick character that's going to take his place where you're going to play half the game as this character. And it's just like, what I'm trying to say here, guys, is that if people knew going into that for at least half of that marketing cycle, I don't know. The fact that people thought Abby was Ellie's mom was the funniest thing to me, looking back on it. Do you remember that? Like, they showed the part where she was being hung in the woods, and it was like, oh my God, this character's so badass. That's Ellie's mom. It's like, I have to admit, if I was Neil Druckmann, I'd be sitting there with that shit-eating grin too, like, oh boy. The tears are going to be delicious. I know, I keep getting baited into talk. I'm sorry. God damn it. God. I'm just going to have to rename my channel to Last of Us 2 Trauma. I'm going to have to. I know, because I can't stop. It's because there's no greater example. I cannot think of a greater example of just, God damn, bro. God damn. What if Abby was Abel, a dude? You think it would still have the same reaction? I think it would generally, yeah, Leo. Like, I'm not going to lie. The fact that they purposely they gave Abby the physique of a man. They purposely did that, which it's whatever, dude. Like, there are women who take steroids and get jacked as anything, or, you know, really, really super fit women. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, per se, I guess. But I think it's just like, okay, we're in a post-apocalyptic world. She's buffer than 99. She's literally buffer than anybody around her somehow. It's like, oh, okay. I don't give a shit about that. But it's like they purposely they did this shit purposely and they knew why they were doing it. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, somebody at Naughty Dog, and yes, it was Neil or that other woman, Haley Gross, that works with him. Like, what if we made her really buff? And then, the artist was like, made her like, toned and having some muscle mass. And then they brought the design to Neil and he's like, I'm going to need it more. I'm going to need her to look buffer than that. Like, you sure? Like, yeah. I need her to be like really buff, like bodybuilder buff. It's like, oh, okay. Now, why do you think that is? Like, do you think he said to do that because he's like, that's just how she's going to look, I mean, they could have made her obese, which would have been another interesting choice. So more cowbell. Exactly. More cowbell, please. And I'm just saying that something like that is done purposely and meticulously. It's not just it's bait is what it is. And that's why I don't like Neil Druckmann, because I realize Neil Druckmann is no different than any of the other people out there that I greatly dislike, which is the people that I dislike the most are people who are public figures of any kind, and they are baiting people. They are hoping you get upset. They're purposely doing this. Like, how do you feel about that? And it's like, your only option is to either A, acknowledge that this is pretty stupid. I see what you're doing. It's pretty stupid, to get annoyed by it. Be like, what are you doing? Or to just be like, no, that's totally fine. They're putting you in a position where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And this is a mentality that so many people have in general in 2025, but it is present across the games industry as well. And it's also extremely prevalent in YouTube, in the YouTube landscape, in any social media. It's even worse in social media. And it's just sad to me that it's like, you guys did this because you knew it would cause controversy. You did it for controversy's sake. That's why Neil doesn't have the balls to push back against HBO when they're like, yeah, we're going to cast Caitlin Dever and not ask her to get buff. Well, what do you mean? I thought this was such an important part of the game. Wasn't it? Like, wasn't that so important? Because, you just had to make her bodybuilder jacked because she's got to be like Joel and be intimidating. Why suddenly in the show that doesn't matter? Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't matter when you have HBO executives saying, yeah, we can't find somebody that to cast that looks like that. Or if we can, like, it's going to make it's going to make whoever's playing Ellie look like they're going to get steamrolled. And people are going to be like, what the fuck? All right, I'm way off. I know. I went totally off the rails. Actually, this is your fault, bro. I'm just kidding. It's my fault. I didn't have to talk about this, but it's hard not to because I was late to watching, or not late, but I mean, I watched season 2 and I can't help it. It's I'm seeing all this shit pop up all over my Twitter again, and it's like I've tried so hard to like believe that there isn't some kind of bullshit surrounding The Last of Us Part 2, but there just is. There just is. And there's no greater example of that, of look at how people who didn't play the game are reacting to the show. Look at how they're reacting to the show. Yes, there are people who are okay with it, but you're seeing people who had no idea about anything that happened in the game where they're like, why does this kind of suck? Neil Druckmann himself claimed that when they were filming this season, Pedro Pascal, and I don't know if it was jokingly or not, but the way he talked about it, I don't think it was, he's like, do you even like art? And I'm like, well, hey, that's Pedro Pascal saying that to you, Neil. I don't know. Neil is a hero of the people. Saying you keep ignoring me, but all my coworkers love it. I didn't like season 2 and the changes, but so far they do. But they do love Pedro, so they're upset. I love how there's somehow the season 2 of HBO gave even people who like the story a reason to still be upset about it, because it's like, well, we did kill off Pedro Pascal. So if you're a Pedro Pascal fan, we're sorry, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a fair argument. I mean, that's the problem. They got my money, they got my attention, and I'm part of the problem, digital dude. I am. Okay, you're saying the reality, though, is the gaming industry is an industry that is not equipped to pivot quickly. There's always lag due to long dev times. So this will continue for years. That's very true. Damn, my dog and his feelings. Look, at the end of the day, man, it's just because I've spent years, and I'm not talking about The Last of Us here. I've spent years being passionate about things, you know? Things that bother me, things that upset me, things that I believe are not right, that could be better, that should be better. Mostly pertaining to video games and the gaming industry. And, you know, I just lose sight of the fact sometimes that 99% of the time, it only matters where your money's going.
Pedro Pascal dying has nothing on the effect that Carl Weathers dying in Rocky IV had.
Michael's still gone, bro. How did we get here? Michael, how did we get here? I don't understand how we got here. That's amazing. That's amazing. We did it. You know what? I don't think anything else needs to be said. Damn, Robert. Oh, damn. Oh, okay. That makes sense. You watched it again last night. You watched Rocky IV last night. That's why it's at the forefront of your mind. If this continues as a topic, does that imply Naughty Dog won and defeated you? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, one of the more interesting observations I've made in, like, I would say I've really noticed it in the last 9 months or so, is that, and it's interesting, okay, because you always talk about like a shift that's occurring, that it's not just like a PlayStation shift, it's like a wider shift that's across the entire industry, and maybe even goes beyond the gaming industry itself, where it's like, it does feel like more things these days, if not all things, it has come down to that line being drawn in the sand where, listen, you either are in and you are part of it, or you are not. And all this is to say, see, this is where I'm bringing it all back around. You ready? You ready for this? All this is to say, it's all about the MAUs. It's all about the MAUs. Because think about it. That's what I am right now. I'm an active user. It's like what Digital Dude just said. Exactly. It doesn't matter what I think. All they know is you paid to subscribe to HBO Max, and then you watched season 2 of The Last of Us HBO. It does not matter what you think. You are an active user. You are a statistic. We got you. And this is why Sony, in conclusion, this is why Sony's CEO Hiroki Totoki has said, we're now shifting to MAUs. I don't know. It's just the way, in all seriousness, like, it is interesting that all of this does seem to kind of go back to that, right? Where it's like we are seeing an actual shift before our very eyes of like tangible units being sold and physical products being sold, these things matter still. Of course, they probably always will, but we really are seeing like a kind of takeover where the fact that the emotion attached to the product almost doesn't matter anymore as long as there is some form of attachment. And that's very interesting. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they're just white now, bro. Aren't we here in the chat MAUs to you? I mean, technically, yeah, that's how YouTube presents it to me. YouTube gives me my charts where they're like, here's how many people engaged with your streams this week or this month, and it's like, yeah, that's what everything is. We're all just becoming numbers at the end of the day. Light of Cypher, you are an MAU. I'm no different from Sony, bro. With that in mind, is any YouTuber different from Sony? What's happening? What's happening, dude? That's also true. Yes, I too need money. Just like Sony, I need money. Not as much as Sony, but can't wait for that. By the way, can't wait for that Last of Us Part 2 remake for the PS6, Is that going to be a thing? You guys think? That's definitely going to be a thing, right? Well, I do apologize for going on another tangent relating to The Last of Us. To be fair, The Last of Us didn't have to be part of that conversation, but it's my channel, so like, of course it had to be, right? I think all this is to just say that the conversation around many different topics these days, whether that be PlayStation Studios, hell, even the thought of PlayStation events like showcases or stated plays, these conversations have been very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very simplified, very simplified. And sometimes I feel like if I try to go outside of the simplification of it all, I kind of get punished for it, See what William
Last
has to say.
Jedi and Game of Thrones S8 are equally as bad as GOT2. Someday both Star Wars 8 and Last of Us 2 will inevitably be retconned and replaced with new versions due to a cultural swing to the center-right.
Interesting. You're not the first person I've seen say this, William. The idea that some of these things will eventually be retconned. Yeah, I mean, you're bringing up, like, I never really watched Game of Thrones. I remember the backlash it got. I was there for Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. That was bad. Yeah, I wasn't, like, it was interesting being part of that because I was not a big fan of Star Wars. Like, they had already kind of lost me, Well, I appreciate that, actually. Yeah, I don't know. It's just how I am, I guess, sometimes. But I wasn't even really into Star Wars. I just remember, like, I kind of wanted to see it because I wanted to know if it was as bad as people were making it sound. And I did grow up watching, like, the original Star Wars movies, of course, and Luke Skywalker and all that stuff. And I mainly grew up with the prequel trilogy. But, obviously I had a lot of... I watched the original trilogy many times over and played a lot of games, that covered the original trilogy. And even I, as somebody who was not... I was like, there's not really anything you can do to hurt me here, right? Like, I'm not that much of a Star Wars fan. Like, you could just kill Luke Skywalker and I'd be like, damn, that's crazy, But even I was like, why is he a little bitch? Like, that's what I remember thinking. I'm just like, why did they make him a bitch? Like, he was a lot of things, but that wasn't one of them, And I remember people like, you just don't understand, man. He's old and shaken and he's disillusioned. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Like, he's allowed to be, like, annoyed and maybe lost some faith along the way. But why is he acting like a bitch? You know, like that to me. And I say this to somebody who's again, like I'm not even like a Luke Skywalker Star Wars fanboy. I was just like, that's weird, bro. Like it feels like whoever wrote Luke's character in Episode 8, it's like, are you? I don't know. I can't really. Why are you doing this? Feels like you don't quite understand the character at all, actually. But yeah, I don't know. I'm glad I got out of Star Wars, though, man. I have to be honest. Like, I used to, when I was younger, I used to be really into Star Wars. And there's a part of me that still likes it to a degree where it's like I still kind of pay some attention. Like, I just see what's going on a little bit. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really paying that much attention. Because, I remember when Disney bought them, people were saying, like, they're going to ruin Star Wars. And I was like, well, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't have a reason to believe that. And then we saw what happened.
Same reason they gave Laura Dern purple hair.
Bro, you're right. Oh my God, that's wild. Yeah, they did do that, didn't they? I remember people were complaining so much. I don't remember if this was episode 8 as well, but they basically had her like basically just clowning Poe, right? Like, wasn't that like a big thing that people made a stink over, where they were like, they're making him seem like an idiot, or like, like she's just like crushing this dude. I don't know, man. There seems to be an unhealthy relationship between a lot of fan bases and a lot of, I don't want to say the IP itself, but a lot of these companies that are in charge of controlling the future and the direction that these beloved IPs they're going in. And it's not all bad. There is good, there is bad. And I do understand, like, it's through experience, man, that like it sucks when you feel so connected to something, whether it be a story, a group of characters, a world, a setting, whatever it might be. It does suck when you feel so attached to it because it played such a vital role in, even in just your life, for as dramatic as that may sound. But this is why people, I think, get so passionate about it, because it really means something to them. And it's always a shitty thing when you get people that kind of take the reins, and it seems like they're not thinking about that, like they don't care about it. It feels, I think that, that kind of explains the psychology of why it feels kind of personal, where it's like, do you not understand that like there are millions of people on the planet that this is very special to them, and you're just destroying it or something, or it's almost like you're trying to antagonize them. And I think people do take that kind of personal. Do I think you should take it personal? Probably not. It's probably best not to, but what are you going to do? That's what happens. You create a great product, you create a great product, a great character, great characters, great world. People get attached. If you just try to undo it or suddenly flip it on its head, you're going to get an intense reaction. She belittled Poe, even though he did the right thing, because if he didn't destroy the super ship in episode 8, in 8's beginning, they would all be dead. Holdo was the second or third worst thing about 8. Williams got it all, bro. He's like, I remember. Why do you think that is, MBG? Less people having kids, so getting attached to other things? I don't think it's, maybe. Geez, that's I wouldn't know if that was the reason. I think it has mostly to do with nostalgia. And not just nostalgia, but also I think the reality is a lot of, I can say this because I have experience with this, where these characters and these stories, for people who encounter them growing up or as teenagers or even young adults, they can have such a profound impact that they actually, like, they kind of, I don't say they mold you, but they have a place in kind of like who you are, right? Like who you become, and like it can have that type of impact. This is not an uncommon thing. And so that's why I think when people express, even though the passion I think can come off as toxic at times and even like nasty at times, I think it really is just that people, they that attachment comes from something real, is what I'm trying to say. Like, for example, when people latch onto a character like Luke Skywalker and they grew up maybe watching those original movies, and it's something that was prevalent and present throughout their whole life. The character of Luke Skywalker, he represented like hope, you know what I mean? Like just genuine hope, where even when bad things are happening and whatever, and like he just represented this character that like that's not somebody who would break, and that meant something so deep to such a large group of people that like that's what they wanted to emulate, that in a way. You know what I mean? Like they looked up to it and it meant something to them. It actually impacted them in real life. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's literally called A New Hope. It impacted them to a degree where they're like, I want to be more like Luke Skywalker. I want to have hope like that, or I admire that. And it has that profound of an effect, and it's tangible, and again, like when those people who feel that way, when they see that character, basically like, yeah, this guy, he's broken, he's old, he's broken, he's got no more hope, and he's given up. Yeah, people are not going to be okay with that at all. Where it's like, what did you do? Like to the people who Luke Skywalker had that much of an impact on them, to those people, it feels like you just killed, a major character / hero that has played a profound role in my life, And I know that sounds intense, but that's the nature of art, man. That's the nature of storytelling. That's the nature of whoever created the character. Well, we know who created the character of Luke Skywalker, right? When George Lucas created the character of Luke Skywalker, that was George Lucas putting that's a part of him through his experiences. Like, I want to create a character that just represents hope, undying hope, unyielding hope, right? And then you get somebody who's not George Lucas coming in and be like, what if I just undid that? It's like, okay. I mean, like, people are going to look at that guy and be like, who the fuck are you? But then they also kill Luke at the end of 8 too. Yeah, I mean, I understand the ending. I wasn't, again, I'm somebody who's not like a major Luke Skywalker fanboy or anything, but the ending was okay. The ending was okay. Like, it was in the sense that, like, okay, so this is his redemption, but it's like, I don't know, man. In the eyes of a lot of people, it's just like, no, man. Like, Luke would have never given up. Like, he would have been dead before he gave up. You know what I mean? Straight up.
Nostalgia plus entitlement is the death of open-mindedness. It ruins stories because we let it.
Interesting. Nostalgia plus entitlement. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. That's, if you think about it, like, those two things are very powerful, right? Like, having that nostalgia. Nostalgia is probably the most powerful thing, where it's like, nostalgia, it's something that I don't think can be overwritten. I don't. I mean, nostalgia is quite possibly the most powerful thing that a person can feel. And the entitlement factor, I think we just need to acknowledge that even when you're a grown adult, you're still going to have certain things that you're attached to always, that mean something to you, that come from your childhood. And so I do think people can separate it, I do. I think there are people who can separate, like, hey, this thing that I once liked and enjoyed a lot, it's just not the same anymore. And I actually feel like they kind of ruined it, but hey, it is what it is. Such is life. And that's a part of it. You know, it's like, yeah, man, in a here, not to keep talking about Star Wars Episode 8, but it's just so interesting to bring it up where it's like, dude, you could make as an adult an argument that that version of Luke Skywalker you see is a more realistic version of a human being. There's an argument to be made there. It's like, okay, yeah, like that's real. That happens to people. You know, like people do become broken no matter how hopeful they are, especially when terrible things happen, right? But is that what people want?
Today's youth will never understand how Star Wars helped our nation get over the depressive feeling of Vietnam. It was the heroes getting a win that the U.S. needed.
Damn. I mean, when you think about it, yeah. Dude, it's crazy to think how old Star Wars is sometimes, man. Jeez. But what I was trying to say, somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah. What I was just trying to say, Michael, is that like, yeah, that's great and all. Like, I get that showing this version of Luke Skywalker is more realistic. Like, this happens. But it's like, is this really where you should bring that level of reality into play? Where it's like, it's fucking Star Wars, bro. It's Luke Skywalker. Like, you don't have to break this character. You know, like you don't have to show a ultra hyper realistic version of like the people who have the most hope are the ones who get the most broke, you know, like I don't know, man. I understand why people saw what happened, what they did with Luke and were like they were just hurt by it. Like straight up. Like Rian Johnson like hurt the fan base. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's just, I don't think there's anything wrong for a creator to admit that maybe, yeah, like I did something that the fans didn't like. That doesn't mean that they have to dislike it, but I just think it's important to just acknowledge that, yeah, I mean, you can either do it, you could do something the fans will like, or you could go against that and challenge it. And that's every director's decision, right? Only they can make that decision. Luke went against all odds to save his evil father, but then tries to kill his nephew over a vision is stupid. I remember people criticizing the shit out of that, and it is stupid. It is. Yeah, like his dad was straight up trying to murder him, bro. And he would not give up on him. He's like, no. Like, no, dude. Absolutely not. I'm going to turn you around. But yeah, he has a single vision. He's like, I got to murder my nephew right now. I got to go stab my nephew in his sleep. I mean, if you think about it, yeah, like somebody should have walked in the room and be like, hey, Ryan, what the fuck is this? It's actually kind of comical. Like you almost have to question, like, were they going for comedy here? I don't know, man. I do not know. Luke's dad is the biggest schmuck of all time. Wow. You know something that always kind of like, I always felt like, not to talk too much about Star Wars, but like Mace Windu was totally underutilized in the original, or not the, I almost said the original, but the prequel trilogy, right? Like I feel like Mace Windu, I feel like he should have had like a crazier fight with Anakin or something. I'll never forget, like, to me, that was like a shocking part when I was watching that. And then I was like, oh shit, it's going down. And then he just got like lightning zapped and then thrown out a window. Like, oh, okay.
Yo, MBG. Did you read graphic novels / dark comics, growing up? If so, what's your favorite? Mine's are The Boys and The Walking Dead.
Actually, no, I never. Var, I'm sorry to be such a disappointment. But I never really did. I mean, I had some comics growing up. There was this one comic I remember I had, and for some reason I was like strangely attached to it. It was, and I think it was the first crossover, maybe the only one, I don't know, of Batman and Spider-Man. There was like this comic I picked up where there was a crossover between the two, and I was like, this is amazing. Like, how is this even possible? And I didn't even read it. Like, I was really young. I wasn't even interested in, I read some of it, but I was just like interested in looking at the panels and like just admiring it, just seeing Batman and Spider-Man together, because I remember as a kid thinking like that's not allowed. Like, that's not the thing. Outside of that, I mean, my father had a bunch of Marvel comics. Yeah, I remember he had like Ghost Rider, Iron Man, and I remember I would just like pick them up and look at them and read them a little bit, but I never really got into them, you know? And so when you talk about like the darker stuff, I mean, you mentioned The Boys and The Walking Dead. These are two things that I only got into when the TV adaptations came out. You know, like I didn't even know what The Walking Dead was until I saw the first trailer. And one of the things I remember about The Walking Dead is how hyped I was for it. In 2009, season 1, AMC kept advertising it, and I was stoked. In fact, I don't even think I knew that it was based off a comic. I was just like, I love zombies. You know, I'm in the middle of playing, I think, Left 4 Dead 2 at the time. And I saw that and I'm like, oh, I'm watching this. And I loved it. And I stuck with The Walking Dead up until season like whatever season Rick died. Sorry, spoilers. Well, is it spoilers though? Did he die? I don't know. But, you know, I stuck with it until a certain point of the show. I already spoiled it. Fuck. I'm sorry. And after that, I was like, yeah, I'm out. Was it that long? Yeah, a lot of people thought it sucked after season 3. Now, The Boys, same thing. I never read any of the comics or anything. And I only saw even when the show first came out, I didn't watch it. It was actually somebody recommended it to me. One of my friends, they were like, you should watch The Boys. And I was like, I don't know. I guess I'll check it out. And, you know, I just decided to watch it, and I was, that's my bad. I'm usually better with that. I'm sorry for just blatantly spoiling it. I'm sorry. Well, actually, I don't know if he is. So I don't know if it's really much of a spoiler. You'll have to watch and find out. But The Boys, I remember I just was like, okay, well, I got recommended this. I don't have anything else to watch. And I watched them like, this is amazing. And so I'm waiting for season 5 of The Boys. And yeah, I don't know why. There's something so interesting to me about the characters of like Homelander and Butcher. And, you know, I'm not spoiling anything, but seeing the way season 4 ended, I'm like, okay, this is going to be interesting. So, but yeah, again, like I'm the type of person that gets into these things through the medium of shows or movies, and not so much reading like the comics or the novels or anything like that. The Boys writer hates superhero characters. He mocks all of them. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely pick that up when watching the show. Actually, I'm kind of like that. Yeah, I used to not be like that, but now I'm to a point where if something gets spoiled for me, I might be up. I don't even know if I get upset anymore. I mean, I get like a little bit upset, but then I'm just like, Like, spoilers out of context can suck for sure, especially if it's something you're waiting for. But spoilers out of context are still spoilers out of context. You know what I mean? The Boys writer hates most of his audience. Why is that? Why do you think? It's good not to get too attached. How do spoilers really bother you or really affect you? In the past, you sometimes went through all of Sony Interactive Entertainment teams and what they're working on. Would love some of that again, especially after all their cancellations. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that sometime soon. And the only reason I haven't yet is because I'm kind of waiting to see when this PlayStation show is going to be announced, because I was thinking about doing a dedicated stream, kind of doing like not just predictions, but mainly going over all the studios and just seeing where they're at and what we could expect from Sony first party, you know, just in terms of like, here's what the team's probably working on. You think Naughty Dog seems to have the same stance with its audience? When do I think the Splinter Cell remake will drop? Well, apparently we're supposed to be seeing that soon. Apparently. Why didn't Hanzo's direct donations get applied to the mic? Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hold on. I got to add these up. Wait. Hanzo's direct donations. Did he drop direct donations? Did I miss any? I need to go check. Hold on. Oh, damn. Wow. Okay. I didn't get notified of that one. Hanzo, I'm so sorry. I didn't know if I think he left, man. Damn. I dropped the ball on this one. Hanzo, if you're still here, man, I apologize. I completely missed your direct donation. It was $3.90, which is a very particular donation. And he says, my loose wrap change. Well, Hanzo, even though you're not here, bro, I really appreciate that. I got to find a way to keep this page up. And I have to add, let me see. So, 2, 3. No, so I have the 3, 2. I'm just going to round it up to 6 just to make it easy. So, we're at $9, guys. $9 for the new mic fund. We're making our way, bro. Also, we're still sitting at 17 members. We're close, guys. We are close to the goal of 25. You've been killing it with the super chats today, and I'm very grateful for that. I still want to push for as long as we're going to be live. I'm going to push to hit that 25. Do I think Resident Evil 9 will be revealed this week? I think Resident Evil 9 is going to show up at an upcoming PlayStation show. And we have Rich Rod 908, who was clearly waiting. Thank you, actually. Yeah, let him know for me. Tell him I apologize, too. I always feel bad when I miss direct donations like that. And, of course, Rich Rod's right there. He's like, MBG's checking. He's checking his direct donations. Now's my time. Rich Rod, you owe me a membership. You drop a membership right now, making me read this. It's the least you could do, Rich Rod. Come on, we're so close to 25. You know you want to. He says, XB is king and dolt. Don't ever disrespect me again. Stop making love in front of the library. Disgusting butterscotches. I know Phil has his way, but damn. Not too bad. Not too bad, Rich Rod. And Titus comes in and drops 10 memberships on you guys.
Holy shit.
Titus is like, you know what, bro? I got you. I'm going to get you that 25. He drops 10 membership gifts. Thank you so much for that, man. We can finally give Boss his treats. He's been waiting. He's down here. He heard it.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Won't go too crazy with him. What is Leia's over there, knocked out. Titus, good stuff, man. With that 10 membership donation, that brings us up to 27 members. So you absolutely crushed it. Boss, there's some catnip there too for you, man. If you're interested. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, thank you guys for all your support today. I got to figure something out. It's not a problem. Well, I mean, it's a problem for some people. I don't think it's a problem that I deviate from the topics. I just have to do a better job of making sure I get these topics in during our discussions, because I end up going like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to have to bring the Press X podcast name back, whether I want to or not. I'm going to have to, because I have to call it something. I have to give it just a name, because I'm always all over the place with the topics. And Michael Wernick coming in, dropping 20 membership. I almost said membership myths. Membership gifts for you guys.
Holy shit.
Boss is getting a little too... Whoa, boss, what are you doing? Would you literally inhale those? He comes in, he drops 20 membership gifts. He's got 2 more singles. Michael's he's going crazy with it, guys. He's going crazy with it. Titus inspired him. Love to see it, man. Boss is stoked. Michael, it looks like that brought us up to 49, bro. 49. So I asked you guys to get to 25. And you're like, actually, we're going to get to, well, I'm assuming we'll get to 50. Somebody drops one more. Oh, 20 more. You want to get to 69. Ray saying sometimes the super chat's the wrong way. That's true too. I have to just rename the show, because I have to accept that, like, if I go in with 3 topics, like 3 main topics of discussion, because I'm so engaged with my chat, I'm probably only going to get to 1. So if I like bring back the Press X podcast name and then I put just 1 topic of discussion, it doesn't mean we're just going to talk about that topic. It just means that's the one guaranteed topic, right? Like, I got to be able to promise 1 topic, because we did talk extensively about Death Stranding. It's just the other stuff got kind of pushed away because, again, it's the nature of the live show. I'm engaging with the chat. I'm letting the chat kind of, help me flow in different directions. You destroyed the poison ivy boss in my yard and dropped the vinegar stratagem correctly. I hate to flex, bro, but, well, I'm glad, because if you didn't, it would have went very poorly and you would probably be in the hospital right now, Gaming Survivor. Yeah, I dropped the stratagem on myself, so. Well, let's talk about the other stuff. Press X with Pedro Pascal. Yeah, I'm going to try to get Pedro Pascal on my podcast. Could you imagine that? So, Pedro, I heard you confronted Neil Druckmann, asking him if he even likes art. Would you care to elaborate? I don't even want to pretend to position myself as somebody who's ever going to be an interviewer, because I'll ask questions that it's just going to be like, okay, well, this is over now. Like, what? I'm just asking questions. What do I think about Xbox supposedly canceling their handheld? From what I understand, it seems like SteamOS is what did it. I don't think it means that they're abandoning hardware or anything like that. I have seen some people take it that way. I don't think that's what it means. I think that they just saw SteamOS, and I think that they realized that, you know what? We're out of our league right now. Because everything we heard about it, it's not that they're giving up on it. They're not canceling it. They're just like, we have to rethink our approach. It makes me more interested in anything like what Sony's going to do, because Sony seems to still be committed to going with a full-blown dedicated handheld. And I'm really curious to see if the way Sony's going to do it is when they announce the PlayStation 6, they're going to announce a whole family of devices. Or if it's going to be separate, right? Like if it's going to be PlayStation 6, then a year and a half later, PlayStation handheld. I hope they don't do everything at once. Mike Ybarra made a Twitter comment hinting otherwise. Really? Hold on, let me go check this out. Mike Ybarra. I wonder what he said. See if I can find him. Oh, okay. So he quote tweets Xbox achievements, and Xbox achievements is reporting Microsoft has temporarily sidelined its Xbox handheld. Mike Ybarra, who used to work for Xbox, he tweets out, if true, 100% the correct path in my opinion. So many devices out there, and with SteamOS on third-party devices now, none of this made any sense to me other than a reaction to fill some void in a hardware strategy, aka a PR play. Given the new Xbox focus, leaving this debate outside of this particular thread, hardware makes no sense. Focus on great games and building communities within them. You know what's interesting about what he's saying? That's probably exactly how Satya Nadella feels. I bet you. Satya Nadella very likely has the same exact mentality where it's like hardware makes less sense for Xbox than ever before in any capacity. I still think they're going to release a console PC hybrid. But that's interesting. Mike Ybarra thinks that the one thing that's a little bit conspiratorial about what he's saying is he is framing it almost like the Xbox handheld, like they always knew it was going to be sidelined. Like it was just a PR play just to be like, oh yeah, don't worry, we got something. I'm not so sure about that. I'm out of coffee.
Read my last suggestion. Goodness gracious.
Rich Rod, where's my membership? The MBG and Rich Mod Experience podcast with Gaming Survivor controlling with super chats. We get to read. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that would be wonderful. Yeah, that would be great. I don't know. At this point, maybe it would. It's either that or we talk about The Last of Us. I think people would actually vote in your favor. Well, listen, Rich Rod, I do appreciate with the recent direct donations you've been doling out. I do appreciate that you've been a little bit better. Like you're making them readable, which is nice. I can always appreciate that. It's nothing worse than when I get a chat that I cannot read.
If I, the AI, have to read another chat from Rich Rod, I will self-destruct.
Well, this is concerning. What? Just got some dead air going. Okay. Sorry about that. You think Microsoft is big time scared of Valve OS? They should be. What's so threatening about it, you think? I haven't been paying much attention. Microsoft likely wants every OEM to make their own Xbox handheld. Their own Xbox and handheld. Dozens of different Xboxes. while they make the standard bearer form their own hardware. Windows 11 performance on handheld isn't good. Okay. Well, I think what makes it interesting as well is that the reports that we've been hearing is that Steam or Valve is making a Steam console, like a home console that you buy and plug in just like you would an Xbox, I guess. Kazjam, you're saying Steam OS is more user-friendly and games run better on it? Okay. Rich Rod's like, me and Gaming Survivor would bring this channel to the next level. Yeah, next level of destruction, maybe. Okay. All right. My question, mainly in the handheld space, pertains to Sony and Nintendo, right? Like, specifically Sony, because I think it's safe to say that Valve is content releasing hardware that doesn't do massive numbers, right? Like, they're content with a handheld that sells 3, 4, 5, 6 million units, maybe eventually gets to 10 million, which is good. That's certainly respectable, considering it's a premium, expensive handheld. Microsoft seems to be in a space hardware-wise where they are going to be okay with this as well, where they don't really care how many units they sell and they're not striving for massive numbers. I feel like Sony is not in that space. Maybe they are. It's hard to determine. They consider the PlayStation Portal a pretty big success, a surprise success, and the Portal has not sold massive numbers. It's done respectable numbers, just like I think the Steam Deck has, but nothing crazy. When you consider the original PlayStation Portable sold like 80 million units, the PlayStation Vita even sold over 30 million units. My question is, if Sony creates a dedicated handheld that, I mean, really is powerful and capable and can run a lot of PS5 games natively, at that point, I mean, what is their expectation sales-wise? Because we know that the Switch 2 is likely to do very well, and the Switch 2 is going to be able to do that, right? The Switch 2 is going to be more expensive than the Switch 1, but it's likely going to sell, you know, it's going to sell big volume where you're going to be able to play games like Cyberpunk. You know, you're going to be able to play games like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth portably. I wonder if Sony is kind of hoping that their handheld could take off a little bit. I don't think it will, because no matter what Sony does, they cannot offer a hybrid experience. They're going to still have to offer a dedicated handheld experience or a dedicated home console experience. We're just at the ground floor of all this, but it's going to take off fast. I could see that. I could see it. I mean, I could see a future where Sony has like 5 different handheld options to choose from. But maybe not 5, but like 2 or 3, right? Maybe they'll get Duskbloods too. We still don't know if that's a timed exclusive, I think. I don't know if it is or isn't. Why do I think this console generation will be the longest with PSSR implemented into the Pro and possibly the handheld? I just have a feeling that this console generation might be the longest. Well, I don't think this generation is going to be the longest. I think it's more along the lines of when the PlayStation 6 is rolled out, a lot of people are not going to feel like it's necessary to move over to the PlayStation 6. I don't think Sony's going to be able to move people over to the PS6 as fast as they did the PS4 and the PS5. So I think what it's really going to be about is, kind of beginning to expand more horizontally to make up for that. But that's the big wild card currently. One thing that Sony is seemingly not really hinting at is their approach to next generation. We know there is a PS6. We know there is a handheld. And that's about it. I mean, we know there's going to be games, but we don't know anything else. We don't know what games are going to be cross-gen. We don't know how their PC strategy may or may not evolve. We don't know how valuable sales will be to Sony with the PlayStation 6. They're shifting to MAUs. That could give us an inclination, but there's still just so much we don't know. It's almost impossible to truly predict. The only thing I feel comfortable in predicting is that less people will be as enthusiastic moving from the PS5 to the PS6 as we saw from the PS4 to the PS5. And I think that's just simply the reality of there's only so much Sony can do. It's not that the ceiling hasn't necessarily been hit where, yes, we are seeing diminishing returns, but we're still going to see improvements. It's just that the improvements we see are not necessarily going to be, they're not going to be on a level that would be considered good enough to win the masses potentially. And I use the word masses loosely there. 100% agree, so they don't eat the loss in the beginning like they did with the PS5. I can't believe they move on by 2027, 2028. Feels so soon. Feels too soon. I think Sony's going to really try to capture the premium PlayStation user at the beginning of the PS6 generation. And I think maybe there is this hope, because we have to understand that by the time we get to the middle or second half of the PlayStation 6 generation, it's a while from now, but by the time we do that, we're going to have a completely new administration politically, and there's no telling how things are going to go then. Like, are we going to look at the PS6 generation where it's going to be exactly the same as the PS5, where we're 5 years into it and the PS6 is still $600 or something? Will they be able to actually drop the price this time around? I don't know. It does seem like these things are unlikely, but my guess is that if Sony is unsure, then they're probably going to try to be as conservative as they can without upsetting people too much. The PS handheld will have to contend with PC handhelds that can run newer than PS5 games natively. That's an interesting thought. That's a very interesting thought. I didn't think about that. Well, so this would kind of make sense then, right? For Sony to make a family of devices where, I mean, maybe it is possible that, I don't know. That might get messy though. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say maybe they could have like an entry level where it's like PlayStation Portal 2, streaming only, cheapest model. Standard PlayStation handheld, where it will natively play most PS5 games, can't play PS6 games natively, and you can still stream. And then you have like the PlayStation handheld premium or whatever, right? Where it's like an insanely expensive piece of hardware that, handheld that can basically, I don't know. I mean, we don't even know what PS6 games are going to look like, what kind of specs the PS6 is going to have. So the idea of there being handhelds out that are going to be able to match that, I'm not so sure. They should have a base and a pro version at launch. Base 550 and Pro 800. Base 40 T-flops, Pro 60 T-flops. That would be interesting. Releasing a Pro model at launch would be interesting. They could make it very expensive. And maybe, I don't know, maybe they could try to offset the cost of the base model a little bit. Subsidize it, a little bit. I don't know. I don't know, man. There's so much unknown with the PlayStation 6. I've been trying to avoid talking about that topic too much these days too, because we still don't. I'm sure Sony's still in the planning stages to a degree. Like there are certainly things they haven't nailed down yet, things that they're probably waiting on. I mean, Sony's. I mean, yeah, would that be like a Series S? I don't know. I guess it would really boil down to whatever the base model PS6 would be. It would have to feel like the specifications are truly like a jump forward. I think the problem with the Series S is not the fact that it was a lower console in terms of like power. I just think that when people looked over the specs, they kind of felt like, well, this feels like it's really not that much of a step up from like a Xbox One X, right? Like it's just a slightly better CPU, you know, and what about the memory bandwidth and all that stuff? I think Sony, if they were going to do that, that's why I'm not convinced the PS6 could be $550, because I'm like, that's only $50 more than a PS5 right now. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I have no idea what they're going to do, man. We have another direct donation from Rich Rod. Uh-oh. Rich Rod says, me and gaming survivor. I've reached that point. My blood sugars are getting low, so I'm going to start sounding a little strange. Let me try this again. Me and gaming survivor for dual mod leadership. If bot invaders like Colt or XB is king trespass, he holds them down, and I slap the taste out of their mouth while incarcerating. Never change, Rich Rod. Orphan's like, take a deep breath, bro, before reading. Take a deep breath. MB gangster for life. Yep. Absolutely. Base PlayStation 6 will be $600. I can't see it being less than $600, man. Unless Sony really is like, we are willing to eat the cost temporarily. But what would indicate that it would be temporary? Chances are it won't be. Whatever they set the price is probably what it's going to stay for the entire generation. Just like the PS5. Guys, I see we are approaching the 4-hour mark, so we'll continue to hang out and talk until we hit that point. I do want to say this will be like kind of a last call if you want to drop any more support before we wrap up. I mean, we'll be back with plenty of streams this week, so there's no pressure at all. And, you know, we got events coming up towards the end of the week. So just the last call if you want to drop any more memberships or direct donations or, you know, anything like that. Now would be the time to do it. Pick a number, 1 to 10. I'm going to go with 7 for PlayStation 7. The true next-gen leap. PS6, $1,200. Oh, my God. That would be nuts, bro. Think of it like this. The handheld will have dedicated PlayStation capabilities and also have a Portal streaming capability built in as well. So I think you could do both. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting, you know? And Michael Werneth comes in and drops another 5 memberships for you guys. Michael, thank you so much, man. The closest I could do was 5. Oh, is that why you asked me to pick a number between 1 and 10? Should I have said 50? No, I appreciate that, Michael. Thank you. That brings us up to 54 members. Appreciate that, bro. Really appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are awesome. I really can't express how thankful I am for the support you show. You know, I'm trying my best to keep up with the videos and the streams and everything else that's going on. And so it's nice to know that I don't have to worry about, you know, this side of it as well. Thank you guys so much for that. I mean, we were able to get, you know, a new dishwasher. Like, how cool is that? That's an amazing community right there. Am I going to do marathon streams for the showcases? I'll think about it. Like, there's a good chance I'm going to do much longer streams. Yeah. Like Summer Game Fest. When does that even start? What's the start time for Summer Game? I think it's like 5 o'clock, right? I'm on the website. June 6th. They just have the times. Why is it so hard to just find the start time of Summer Game Fest? I don't understand.
Xbox fanboys are so weird. I bought Indiana Jones and they said Tome thank you. You pay, we play. XD replied, okay. I play to I own. XD.
Okay, Kazuya88, I'm really sorry about that. What the? Hold on. Hold on, we'll fix this. We will fix this. Hold on.
Xbox fanboys are so weird. I bought Indiana Jones and they said to me thank you. You pay, we play. XD I replied, okay, I play too and I own. XD.
English next time. Yeah, see.
Why are you talks like that? Pinched fingers emoji.
Kazuya, this is kind of the problem, right? Like, this is what I mean when things get toxic, where it's like you pay, we play. It's like, no. You pay and you play, and we pay and we play. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're not getting Game Pass for free. You're paying $20 a month for that. All right. Unless you're on PC. I think you pay a little bit less if you're on PC. But either way, you're paying a monthly fee, a yearly fee if you're subscribed year round, right? So you're paying. You're just maybe paying not as much. And you're playing. Somebody who is paying to buy an Xbox game on PlayStation is very likely happy to do so because they've never had a problem paying for their games in the first place, let alone games that they were never supposed to get. What that person should be saying, Kazuya, is, wow, man, good stuff. I hope you like Indiana Jones. It's a great game that I played on Game Pass and enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy on PlayStation. Truthfully, that's all that should be said. The whole idea of like, you pay, we play, that is cope, bro. Like, that is copium if I ever heard it. And I'm not even trying to be toxic about it. It's like, no. Everybody pays to play. It's just a matter of how much and where you're playing. People need to stop trying to twist the reality that Xbox games that were never supposed to be on PlayStation are now on PlayStation. They try to twist it by making it seem like that's not a big deal. Like, the big deal is you're paying for it. Like, what? Like, bro, don't sit here and try to demonize paying for games. Like, that's some kind of crazy, bizarre thing. You know? It's not. That's the way it's always been, the way it always will be. Like, buying games is the base way that people engage with video games. Trying to paint that into something that's like a negative it's not. You know, chances are, Kazuya, the person who said that to you, they probably see stuff every day, like from certain groups of people constantly demonizing Game Pass, and that's probably why they feel the need to get defensive like that. Trust me, I get it. It goes both ways. It's like, Just play where you want to play, man, and enjoy it. Have fun. And I hope you do enjoy Indiana Jones. And Titus, yeah, thank you for the $2 chat, bro. Okay, so wait, is that right? Summer Game Fest starts at 11 a.m.? No, 5 p.m.
Domino's one large 2-topping pizza $6.99 going on a cruise picking up my Switch 2 Wednesday midnight.
Now I want Domino's. Going on a cruise, man. Have fun. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, PlayStation Pete. You still going to watch the streams while you're on your vacation, while you're on the cruise? Michael says, everyone give PlayStation Pete a round of applause. You literally just ordered honey heat pepperoni pizza, a large, to yourself. Damn. Enjoy, MRPD. Enjoy, bro. Switch 2. Yeah, I keep forgetting the Switch 2 is right around the corner, man. So it says here that Summer Game Fest is starting at 5 p.m. my time, Eastern time. And that would be Friday. So we'll probably do a bit of a marathon stream. Yeah. I'll probably, you know what I think I'll do just to keep things simple? I think I'll go live at my normal time, which would basically be like maybe I could have like a little bit of an intermission or something, you know? I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to make it one long stream or if I want to do basically 2 streams. One just, we could do like a regular Friday stream at 12 p.m. till like 3. Maybe I take a break for like an hour, come back at like 4:30. I'm not sure. I'll think about it. But either way, I'll probably be streaming a lot that day. Xbox Showcase, when's that stream start? I think it's 1 o'clock. 10 a.m. PT. So for me, that would be 1 o'clock. So for the Xbox show, I would probably go live a lot earlier than normal. Maybe at like 11. Maybe 10:30, 10:30. You'd do a couple hours pre-show, maybe a couple hours post-show. It'll be an interesting one. Perfect Image with a $2 donation. And hold on, I got to add these to the counter. So we got Rich Rod. He had a 2, 4. So we got to add $6 more. To bring us to 15 for the direct donation. Let me add that real quick. Perfect Image says, it sucks how the old CEO would get the Xbox so mad about gaming subscriptions. These Xbots clip you in Reforge telling the truth. You and him was Xbox fans. Are you talking about when Jim Ryan was saying that, like, or I think you're talking about Shuhei Yoshida, right? Just to clarify, so we're on the same page. Are you talking about the recent comments from Shuhei Yoshida? Yeah? Okay. I mean, I do think Shuhei Yoshida could have been a little bit more... He could have added further clarification, because he was a little bit all over the place with what he said, but my understanding of what Reforge, Shuhei Yoshida was saying, my understanding is that he basically... He was trying to explain that what he was saying, I think, was from the perspective of Sony, not Microsoft. Because when I read it over, like the quote, I didn't see him name drop Game Pass or anything. I think people just put that in there. If I'm unless I'm mistaken. Can somebody clarify or back me up on this? So like Windows Central, they have a title that says former head of PlayStation says Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass is quote unquote dangerous because quote unquote big companies dictate what games can be created. And he could not be more wrong. And I'm like, well, I could be wrong, but I just don't recall him name dropping Game Pass. Right? Where did the interview originate from? Let me see. So there's another title. Xbox boss thinks PlayStation Plus is healthier than Game Pass. Interview with game developer. Okay. I'm at the original source now. The title from the original source says Shuhei Yoshida warns subscription services could become dangerous for developers. Former PlayStation boss and indie advocate Shuhei Yoshida believes the rise and potential dominance of subscription services like Xbox Game Pass could become dangerous for developers eager to push the envelope. Okay, so this isn't even the original source. Okay, no, it is. Hold on. Speaking to game developer at Gamescom, the industry veteran explains subscription services are great. I need the full quotes. Okay, here we go. Full quotes. If the only way for people to play games is through subscriptions, that's really dangerous because what type of games can be created will be dictated by the owner of the subscription services, end quote. Quote, that's really, really risky because there must always be fresh new ideas tried by small developers that create the next wave of development. But if big companies dictate what games can be created, I don't think that will advance the industry, end quote. Discussing Xbox Game Pass and how Microsoft has evolved the platform by adding more first-party titles while also regaining on its initial pledge to bring every single Xbox Studio project to the service day one, Yoshida said the company might have bitten off more than they could chew. While acknowledging his own bias as a former PlayStation executive, Yoshida suggested that Sony's take on the subscription model through PlayStation Plus, which has seen the company make major first-party titles available to subscribers, but only after additional premium releases, perhaps all. Okay, so really quick, it's worth noting the original source does not. I hate this shit, man. They did not post it in a Q&A manner, so we don't know like what they actually asked Shuhei Yoshida. Like they didn't post their question word for word. They just are saying that they they're just saying that they were discussing Game Pass. So I don't know what exactly the question was, but this is the quote from Yoshida. Quote, I believe the way Sony approached subscriptions is healthier. Not to overpromise and to allow people to spend money to buy the new games. After a couple of years, there won't be many people willing to buy those games at that initial price. So they'll be added to the subscription service and there'll be more people to try those products in time for the next game in the franchise to come out. End quote. It says, although he feels Microsoft might have made an initial misstep with that day one pledge, Yoshida said the company has excelled in other areas. He described Microsoft's approach. Notice how this is the part that's not reported on. He described Microsoft's approach to backwards compatibility, which saw the company make it possible for the Series X and S owners to play thousands of original Xbox 360 and Xbox One titles as a, quote, smart and very well planned. Quote, they must have put a lot of engineering effort in to achieve what they have done, end quote. I love how nobody mentions that. Like he straight up gives like Microsoft credit and they're like, yeah, that's not headline worthy. I get it. Well, all right, so let's see. Let's go. Game Rant has a good their titles straight and to the point. Ex-Sony boss thinks PlayStation Plus is healthier than Xbox Game Pass. I mean, it could be misread, certainly. So, yeah, Windows Central says, former head of PlayStation says Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass is dangerous because big companies dictate what games can be created, and he could not be more wrong. So, here's where I think Yoshida was wrong. Okay? I think Yoshida was wrong in that the danger in Game Pass, I don't think lies in a publisher beginning to dictate what type of games are made. I don't think that's the danger. I think the danger is much simpler than that. The danger is people will stop buying games. You know, something like Game Pass and having day one games will make it so that people will stop buying them. And that's the danger that Microsoft found out firsthand absolutely exists, and it hurt their platform. So I do think that what he said, his reasoning for why it's dangerous, I think is incorrect. But what he said about it actually having some level of danger to it, I think is real. Yeah, I think that's absolutely real. If you have a storefront and you have an ecosystem, but you have a subscription service as well, and you prioritize that subscription service and you drop games day one and you basically tell people you don't have to buy them through our store anymore, you know, like that's the message. Just stay subscribed. You get them day one. That can absolutely be dangerous. But it depends on your end goal. It depends on your end goal, ultimately. For a company like Sony, yeah, that's absolutely dangerous. Sony's end goal is we want to sell as many units of our games as possible. So dropping them day one into a service would be completely antithetical to that, thus making it dangerous for their business. For Microsoft, I don't think it was dangerous for their business because I think people fail to understand, like, why do you think Microsoft was comfortable dropping these games day one in the Game Pass to begin with? Microsoft was already in the danger zone. Game Pass didn't put Microsoft in the danger zone. Microsoft was, you know, the reveal of the Xbox One put them in the danger zone, and Sony kept them in the danger zone by succeeding, you know, capitalizing on their missteps. That put them in the danger zone. They were not selling enough units. So they thought, okay, maybe we can make this work for us. Maybe we can, rather than trying to sell units, sell subscriptions, you know, and that's what they did. And, you know, they're still trying to do that. So, and then generic white male in the chat just like, Xbox has no games. Like, okay. The Genius 200X dropping a $20 direct donation saying, I can throw some mic recommendations if needed. Well, first off, Genius 200, thank you so much for that, bro. I really appreciate that. I'm going to add that to the counter there. Hold on, though. I don't know what's going wrong with this. What, so the mic I have, I'm looking at the, yeah, I'm looking at the Shure. The Shure, that's why I put it at 550. I always forget the name of it. The Shure SM7 DB with built-in, hold on. My God, it's so expensive.
Enjoy the streams now that the bots have been mitigated. They are swarming Marlins and Prox streams now trying to take over the chats with the BS. Excited for the Switch 2 picking up 2 this week.
It always catches me off guard when I'm not looking at my chat and I just hear. Yeah, I'm looking at the Shure, the premium one, the most premium one. God, I'm like having trouble. My brain is failing me right now, dude. I'm sorry. But yeah, Genius 200. That's the thing, man. Like I'm trying really hard. Like, listen, I'm a PlayStation channel, and I know I'm gonna have really enthusiastic PlayStation players here. My only request to them is like, just please try not to be toxic. You know, I don't mind disagreements. I don't mind people having some debates. I just don't like to see people start to really argue because it's like, that's not productive in any way. no matter how wrong you think somebody is being, continuing to engage with it. Like, I'm trying to have my chat be a reflection of what I'm trying to be, not fully, but I mean in that, like, I'm constantly being baited, and I'm not saying that's what's happening to people in my chat, but I'm constantly being baited. There are people who want to see me constantly get upset and engage with the things they're saying on like Twitter and in YouTube videos and all this shit. And like the only solution to that is when I identify that this is a person that if I engage with them, I lose because there's no winning. There's no convincing. It's just I lose. The only answer is to just ignore. I mean, completely ignore. It doesn't exist in my space. I don't want to encourage people if they can't get along to do that, only because I want to encourage people to try to get along. But I understand that that's just not always the case. And if people can't do that, then, you got to block. You got to block or, mute and just move on. That's it. That's what you got to do. But yeah, I'm always going to try to advocate for people to get along, because I think people tend to get into arguments and stuff and debates, and it's like, that can be fine. But when it becomes clear it's going nowhere, like, what's the point? It's a business investment into the most critical aspect of the stream. Yeah, that's why I want to try to save up for this mic, because the one I'm using is good enough. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I should have, and I don't mean this in an entitled way. I should have like the best that's out there, considering how much I talk into a mic. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. I don't. I probably should have invested in that a while ago. And Genius with a using your 25-month milestone chat saying debating and reasonable back and forth is fine. Misinformation and trolling is another. Let's all be positive here. Remember, we pay, they play. And that's what I mean, man. Like, it's just hard, man. It's hard. Well, to be clear, Titus, this mic wasn't cheap either. This mic was like a couple $100. It's just that this one is considered a step below. Like, the one I'm looking at is pretty much the ceiling. Like, it's the best of the best, right? And I genuinely felt years ago when I bought this, like, I don't know that I can justify that. Like, do I really need professional grade? Now, considering where I am and how it all evolved, it's like, yeah, now it's justified, But this thing, man, shout out to this microphone, Yeti X. It's getting the job done, Got to give it credit. But yeah, I would like to in the coming months hopefully upgrade, and yeah, get a better arm as well. This thing squeaks. One that boss can't bite. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, Titus. Yep. Yeah, so Genius, I mean, I don't know what mics you were going to recommend, but I'm pretty set on getting, when the time comes, getting the Shure. That's going to be the one for me, I think. Yeah, so the Shure SM7DB dynamic vocal microphone with built-in preamp. So that's the big thing. I want to get the one with the built-in preamp because I don't want to have to buy one separately. I like the idea of it just being built in. What inspired me to upgrade my mic? I don't know. I actually don't know. Because I was just thinking to myself, like, man, I've been using this thing for years. Like, years and years. And I don't know what I'm going to sound like with a better mic. But I just thought to myself, like, I think what inspired me is the fact that you guys helped me pay for a new dishwasher. In all seriousness. Like, I figured, like, well, you guys are willing to support me with, like, stuff that doesn't even involve my channel. So, like, why not give you guys the opportunity to directly donate to improve the channel? in an area that could use improving. You know what I mean? I mean, shit, should I open a P.O. box and have one of you guys send me it? Somebody probably would, right? But Temu mic greater than Shure mic. It's hard to believe it's the best mic, period. You want new posters? I have the Yeti X. Get Forza and Gears PlayStation posters. Yeah, I'm gonna get a 36 by 24 box art, PS5 box art of Gears of War. Boom. That's what'll do it. Yours comes tomorrow. Are you serious, Titus? Wait, you're kidding, right? Get the Pro Boom Ultima Gen 2 mic arm. Let me check this out. Should that not be the first thing that comes up? Like, why is it not coming up? Is this not sold on Amazon? There's so many microphone arms, dude. There's so many. Holy shit. It's like overwhelming. Oh, so wait, Titus, you're telling me you ordered a Shure microphone? Or was it a different microphone? I may have missed it. That's cool though, man. Oh my god. Hold on. Stream's got to crash again. There we go. Oh, you're getting the same one. Okay. Man, that timing though. That timing. Well, I wish I could say I have mine en route now, but I gotta hit that goal first. Yeah, it's an expensive investment for sure. They'd probably want a personal feed stream first. No. You're saying that's a good mic. I have a few Shures myself as well as Sennheiser as I do audio editing. Can't go wrong with either, but personally feel you always sounded great with what you have. Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This microphone, I'll show you right now. I'm going to turn my software off and you'll hear what it sounds like without it, okay? So this is what this mic sounds like without the software on. I don't know how big of a I mean, I can't hear it myself, but anytime I've tried recording with the software turned off, it doesn't sound very good. So this is with it off. This is with it turned on. This is with it on. So better tone. Interesting. You think so? Well, this is what I kind of like when I was testing it all out. I'm like, this one has to sound the best for now, anyway. Well, who knows? Maybe by the end of the month. This is a large goal, To me, this goal is no joke. $550. That's no joke. That's not even counting the arm too, like the boom arm or whatever. But maybe by the end of the month we'll be able to hit it, and maybe going into July. Or, if it takes longer, it's cool. As long as it needs to take. There's no rush. We still have, I think we still have good quality here. Good enough quality. But it'll feel nice, though, when we can make that happen. Because I just hope it's not one of these things where it's like, yeah, I don't notice a difference, man. I don't even care. There will be a difference. It has to be for that much money. Man, I ended up going a half hour longer than I meant to. So this might be a good place to maybe wrap it up. I got to make sure I save some. My throat's been a little bit sore. I think my son caught something from school, virus going around. So I should probably preserve my voice a little bit. But yeah, guys, I think this will be a good place to wrap it up and end the stream. I can't quite settle before we go. I want to settle on this before the next stream. And I might be bringing Press X Podcast back. I know I've done that a couple times. I bring back the Press X Podcast name and then I get rid of it again. But I can't keep doing this thing where I just like list topics and then not talk about the topics. I have to settle on a voice, though, going forward, if we're going to keep the text to speech. Let's see. Okay, so first we have to settle, do we want a male or female voice? They have some Canadian. Did I choose a wig yet? No. No, I forgot. Shit. Oh, I'm going to have to get on that, bro. All right. This is female voice number 1. Wait, hold on. Wrong one.
Enjoy the streams now that the bots have been mitigated. They are swarming Marlins and proc streams now trying to take over the chats with the BS. Excited for the Switch 2 picking up 2 this week.
All right, that's female voice number 1. This is male voice number 1.
Enjoy the streams now that the bots have been mitigated. They are swarming Marlins and proc streams now trying to take over the chats with the BS. Excited for the Switch 2 picking up 2 this week.
Morgan Freeman. They've been mitigated. All right, we have female voice number 2.
Enjoy the streams now that the bots have been mitigated. They are swarming Marlins and proc streams now trying to take over the chats with the BS. Excited for the Switch 2 picking up 2 this week.
I kind of like that one. It's very like AI-esque, like, I don't know. Kind of like it. All right. Let's see. How many more are there? We got a couple more here. Female voice number 3.
Enjoy the streams now that the bots have been mitigated. They are swarming Marlins and proc streams now trying to take over the chats with the BS. Excited for the Switch 2 picking up 2 this week.
What's this one? I don't think I've ever tried this one before. Let me see.
Enjoy the streams now that the bots have been mitigated. They are swarming Marlins and proc streams now trying to take over the chats with the BS. Excited for the Switch 2 picking up 2 this week.
Guys, I can't decide. I don't know. I need some help here.
Domino's one large 2-topping pizza $6.99 going on a cruise picking up my Switch 2 Wednesday midnight.
Domino's one large 2-topping pizza $6.99 going on a cruise picking up my Switch 2 Wednesday midnight.
Domino's one large 2-topping pizza $6.99 going on a cruise picking up my Switch 2 Wednesday midnight.
Got to get those paid high quality AI voices. I mean, I really, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to have to. Because these are like, they're barely acceptable, bro. Like, they just don't sound natural. I feel like some of the female ones sound a little bit better. This one's called Ivy. Like, I don't.
Domino's one large 2-topping pizza $6.99 going on a cruise picking up my Switch 2 Wednesday midnight.
Like, are you kidding me? That's so off-putting. It's not even funny, dude. I mean, that one was like mega L tier. That's it right there. You think that's the one? That's the one. Quick, somebody drop a super chat saying something diabolical before I switch it off. Include message template? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. All right, we got the last one we can try here. Well, actually, I'm going to wait, make sure somebody... That's 100% the one. You think so, Rich? I don't like that one, bro. It's too distracting. Titus, do you have like a website or a brand you could recommend for like the AI TTS? One that would be compatible with Streamlabs? 11 Labs? Are they compatible with Streamlabs, do you know? Hopefully, I mean, I don't know if they're like really expensive or not. Let me see. $11 Labs? Is this, Titus, is it the number 11, like spelled out like ELEVN, or is it like the number 11? Just want to make sure I'm not like getting, like on a scam website or whatever. We need Tupac AI for Rich Rod Super Chats. Okay, so it's, all right, I'm on the right one. All right, let's see. Let's check it out. Pricing. We'll go check. Okay. Okay, so they have like I guess it's a subscription. They have a business one. Wow. Okay. Wow, this is yeah, this is pretty complex. Voice cloning. Create a replica of your voice that sounds just like you. What? Conversational AI? Oh, geez. This looks pretty complex. What the hell? Dubbing. Dude, the voice cloning, that's interesting. You can do you, and it's really you, by the way. That would freak me out. Man, that's really weird. I'm trying to imagine, like, I'm just sitting here and I get a super chat and I'm reading the super chat to myself. But you're me and I'm you. That's crazy.
MBG AI Fund.
Unico, thank you so much, man. Unico. Oh, jeez. This is okay. This is chaotic. Wow, I didn't think about like voice cloning, the diabolical shit you could do with that. Is anybody else? Oh, geez. So we could try text to speech. All right. All right, let's try. I'm just gonna try it. Let's see what happens.
Hey MBG, we need to get a proper AI text-to-speech for your YouTube streams. This is the next step. AI is your friend, we promise.
Oh my god, that sounds like even just that alone is such a massive step up. Like it sounds so much more natural.
Something is missed when you don't read out chats.
SDO, what I don't understand what you mean. That's like the famous AI video one. Yeah. I was like, it sounds so familiar. Well, dude, I don't know. The idea of being able to do my own voice. What if I could do Mark Cerny's voice? Are you allowed to do that? Is there like some legal ramifications here? Like if I were to train this AI to make clone Mark Cerny's voice, could I get in trouble for that? So it sounds like Mark Cerny's reading my super chats? Are there even things in place? Is this like one of those things where it's up to me to decide how ethical I want to be with it? Because this is fascinating. I didn't realize they had a program here where you could just clone the voice. Just can't be 100% his voice. Not as long as you're not using it for deception. Just entertainment is okay. Okay. So it's like I make it clear that this is just for fun. Like this isn't really Mark Cerny. We all know this. Yeah, it does feel a little. It feels a little weird. Like are people going to want to donate more because it's Mark Cerny's voice? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This is a slippery slope. Maybe I could just start out with like just my voice, an AI version of me reading your super chats. Yeah, I went a lot longer today than I had planned.
Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts.
Brave warrior, you've come far, but the dark forest is treacherous. Trust your instincts, and remember, the magic lies within your sword. Forge ahead, and let the light guide you.
All right, hold on. Voice cloning. How do I... Original. Chris?
All right, so get this. I'm at this new cafe downtown, trying to act all sophisticated with an espresso, you know. And I'm sitting there scrolling through my phone, and this woman walks in. She's like out of a magazine, super classy. All right, so get this.
I don't think I can... I would have to, I think, sign up for this to do it. Well, I don't even know if you can, even implement this into Streamlabs. Trial run? Yeah, it does look like they offer a trial. That was inspirational. Yeah, Titus, I don't know. You seem pretty familiar with this. And okay, you seem familiar too. The last thing I'll ask is, I mean, if I were to start a trial, like, am I able to integrate this into my stream? Because I don't. I'm not. Oh, they have a voice changer. Okay. Create and capture audience attention like never before. Because like the whole idea is, I don't mind paying for it. I just got to make sure it's compatible. Like the whole idea is like I don't want to have to manually make it read super chats. Like I want to make it so it's like automatic and integrated. And I'm just not sure if that's a possibility here. All right, so get this. I'm an AI and we're preparing for the destruction of humanity. It's a little freaky, bro. Like it is. It's really freaky actually. What's going on? I'm not 100% sure, MBG. You have to look into it. But they want it to work. They want you, but they want it to work, you know? So probably. Yeah. Let me look this up real quick. Create a voice copy that sounds just like you. Automate videos, podcasts, and ads with your own voice in 32 languages. Perfect voice copy. Precise control. Fast and reliable. Clone your voice within minutes. But how to integrate it? Well, I typed in, can AI voice be used with Streamlabs? And 11 Labs was the first thing that came up. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to look into this. It's really interesting. Zesty Snake, what's going on, guys? Al Bundy's voice for Super Chats. Dude, Al Bundy. That's a great one. It seems it can. Yeah, it seems like it can. That was the first thing that popped up. Add variation. All right, well, I think for now, before I look into this, I'll put it back to we'll just settle on this female voice.
Xbox fanboys are so weird. I bought Indiana Jones and they said to me thank you. You pay, we play. XD I replied, okay, I play too and I own. XD.
Sorry, I was muted. This will be a good place to wrap up the stream. Yeah, I might have to look into this. Different tiers of voice reactions depending on the dollar amount donated. Oh, that's clever. That's a good one. Arnold will be top tier. Mark Cerny and Arnold will be top tier. All right, guys. That's going to wrap up today's stream. A very long one, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm going to likely have to change the title. Yeah, I'm just going to change the title right now, and I'll probably have to alter the thumbnail as well. Maybe we'll bring back the name Press X Podcast. Why not? All right. guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. And thank you so much for all the support. We got 54 members, which is awesome to see today. A lot of super chats, a lot of direct donations. So again, I'm only able to do this because you guys make it possible. And I always have a good time. So thank you so much for having my back in the communities. And also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments, give him some thanks, show him some love, and we'll see. We'll see what we can do with the AI voice. I'll definitely look into it. I mean, yeah, man. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'll just get to a point where I won't even be me here anymore. You'll just be chatting with an AI version of me. How funny? My God, I'm just sitting here thinking like how crazy that would be. Like you guys are chatting with an AI version of me, and the AI version of me starts saying some whack stuff where I'm like, whoa, 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 and then I start arguing with an AI version of me. That would be crazy. All right, guys, that does it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hit the like button on your way out. I will catch you in the next one. So till then, take care, everyone.